Good morning, everybody. Education Committee, looks like we're here all awake, sort of. I know it was hard leaving here at 5:30, getting to bed around 12:15, getting up at 5-ish to drive down. It's a very short sleep. So today on our hearing process here, we're starting out with HB 627. This is relative to local education improvement plans and disparities in education. Representative Lekis, you are the prime sponsor of that bill. Okay. So welcome. Good morning.
Oops, good morning, everyone. So for the last few years, we've been saying, or I've been saying, I would like to see accountability on all of this money. We keep giving more and more money to schools in general, and we don't know what it's being used for. We get the assessment at the end, but that's it. And I've been saying, can't we put something on there? Well, last year in the foundation, the book, education funding plan, there was accountability. And it was supposedly just for schools that are what we would call failing, right? But I said, as far as I'm concerned, every school could improve. I mean, when our average state proficiency is less than 50% in both reading and math, and like 27% in math, as far as I'm concerned, every school could use improvement. So I basically lifted the words straight out of that, changed a few, not much, mostly to make it a standalone, and that's what I am introducing. I wasn't sure where to put it, and I left it up to OLS, but RSA 193H is actually a very appropriate place to put it, but they took the first section and repealed 4 and put it there. And that's not really what I wanted. But this bill, I didn't even get it until December 23rd, and I thought I'm not going to try and revamp it in that short amount of time. You know, we were up on the deadline then. I figured you guys would have more things you might want to amend anyways. I just amend it once we had this, and I got everybody's feedback. But what I would like, because I like the wording that's there in 4 now, and that's for basically what we would call failing schools. And I like that. What I would like to do is put all of this after that section, because my intent is this for to be every school, not just those schools that are basically failing schools. I would like it to go for all of them. So the first part says each public school. I think I put every public school, but at any rate, shall have until July 1st, 2024. So that gives them a year from the time this actually will be enacted to come up with an improvement plan. It was called a turnaround, named it an improvement plan because some schools, everybody can improve. Not everybody needs to turn around, but everybody can improve. So I called it an improvement plan, and it's basically to get every school to look at what are some issues, what are some things we found where we need improvement. You know, they can look at their own results that come back from the statewide assessments and say, you know, our math scores are really low. Or it looks like kids, you know, are struggling with this or that part of it, or the same thing. So it's to encourage them to come up with a plan. And after talking with all of the rest of the the parents, the teachers, the community, the industries, and see what they're needing and what, how the school could improve to meet those needs for employment. I just wanted to peek at a few things. Steps to improve or expand child welfare services and as appropriate law enforcement. They may not need that, but they may have a few kids who could use that, right? And so it's just making sure that the families and the kids know what's available. It's not to say the school has to do this or push this, but make sure they understand and communicate what's available for various parents, kids, whatever. Let's see, most of the things are pretty clear. And even assessment, it's not one particular assessment, it's multiple measures of school performance and school success. Student attendance, all of that, safety. If you got kids fighting in the halls all the time or being rude to the teachers or whatever, you need improvement, right? You need to be looking at what can we do? Can we change the culture in the school? What can we do that's going to help the culture and help try to make a culture of learning and support of each other as opposed to fighting and arguing, and so that can be an area, and that can make a huge difference in how students do if they're actually looking forward to it or dreading it. Parent and family engagement. That's something that I think has gone by the wayside in some school districts. That parents are no longer there and involved. And according to SCLS, any of the social emotional, any of the studies with that, basically it's been determined that the number one ingredient to being successful in any of those areas are having the parents intimately involved, getting those ideas into the parents and then ultimately into the community, and a culture of working together, of helping each other, of being nice, that take a deep breath before you respond. All of those things can be helpful, but you need to get the parents, you need to get the community involved. And so there's a step of that, parent and family engagement, building a culture of academic success where, you're just a nerd and, whatever, and kids are afraid if they do well to even let anybody know, to, yay, congratulations, good job. And that's a culture, and I think a lot of that is dependent upon the principal, as I think our wonderful illustrious chairman will agree. The principal does a lot to set the mood and the tone of the school. And then the second so they will have a year to come up with an improvement plan, and then beyond that, every 3 years they're going to come up with with an ongoing plan, but they're going to evaluate it every year. And that's for, okay, we've put in our improvement plan, we've worked it out some, and we're still seeing this population or this population, whatever that is just not doing as well. And we can't predict what a particular school, what population is not going to be doing well. Because every school is different. Every population is different. So they will look and say, well, this worked for these kids, but it didn't work for these kids. So what can we do? How can we change it? How are we going to reach out for these kids? And so that plan is in some ways a little more detailed, but at the same time, they have more time to get to that plan. And in that, we're involving the Commissioner of Education, the DOE, as well, because we will have had time for them to start to come out with, okay, what do we see statewide? What do we see in general populations that are not improving, and setting some goals And so that's pretty much what that is. Again, I'm not expecting that the schools are necessarily going to provide, like it says, social services to support students' social, emotional, and physical health. That doesn't mean the school has to hire somebody. It means that they need to know what's available and what's in the community, and you know what's there in existence already that they can be better utilizing. It says expanding early education and pre-kindergarten programming within the district in consultation or in partnership with community-based organizations. And that, again, doesn't mean that the school has to be providing or the town has to be providing. That's why it says in partnership with. And I'm thinking one of those, I was thinking of English language learners. If you have, as exists in some cities or towns, a church group that has decided that they're going to be the welcoming group for people coming in from this country, you know, a particular place, and maybe bringing them in. They may have already set up an English language learning, you know, teaching the adults. And during that time, those adults have kids, so they may well have like a play group or whatever where they can be, again, working in English, reading the little stories with the picture books in English to try to start getting those kids ready and used to English so it won't be so hard when they get to school. So it's not necessarily something that the school has to fund or do, but they need to see what's in existence and make those connections and see what they can do to encourage. Maybe they'll send a teacher or so over there as a volunteer on a Saturday to read and play with the kids, you know, but getting them used to English. Diversifying the educator and administrator workforce. Diversity comes in all kinds of flavors and colors, and it may just mean that instead of all of your teachers having come straight from the schools, you know, went to school, went to college, came and taught, that instead some percentage of our teachers are going to be coming from the workforce, are going to have done the workforce and then decided they wanted to teach and get their certification and teach. So you have a diversity of experiences, a diversity of backgrounds, so that there's a lot there to offer. And at any rate, I'm assuming that you guys can read and read this, but those were just some things I wanted to highlight. So I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Lekes. I do have one question for you. Obviously, the sectional law within this chapter, you're dealing with 193H:4.
Well, that's where they put it, but
is directly related to the preceding sections in this chapter where we're talking about comprehensive support and improvement plans for the lowest 5%. We're talking about the targeted support for those that have significant difference between subgroups. And it's also part of our waiver for the federal grant we call ESSA.
right.
And this portion here, part of that is also related in 193H:4 in terms of how we address the improvement plans for these programs, which are required by federal law.
Right.
By changing what you have here, are you then also saying to the department that we're going to have to change the nature of our waiver for the S?
No.
Looking like
As
to
I
me.
said, I didn't know where this, I gave OLS the piece of what I wanted in for all schools. And they put it here, I didn't know where to put it, and I don't think that's where it goes. But I don't know where it goes, and so that's part of what I want to do, is amend where it goes. And so I'm looking to wiser heads to figure out where this should actually go. If I want all schools to be doing this, not just the lowest 5%, where does this need to go? And so that's, as I said, I would like to make an amendment when we're done with all of this that fixes any of those things. And that's the first one I knew right off the bat needed to be fixed. I don't know what to fix it to, but I'm hoping you will give me some good suggestions.
Well, just as a follow-up, would you think then that in order to do that, so we don't run the risk of changing something that's been approved federally right now, and we're talking our
Oh, yeah,
whole
I
fund.
agree. We absolutely, that is not where this
Would
goes.
it not be right that it not be done just by this committee, but it also be done through the Department of Education to ensure
Absolutely.
this language was originally written? I believe that was Heather Gates and myself sat down and did this, and we just look at these guidelines over here, regulations, and we looked at this and saying, this is what we need to change to be in alignment with those.
Right, and and that's why when they said, when this came out and it said it was gonna be repealed, and I'm like, I don't want that repealed, that's really good. That needs to stay, so I don't
Can't
know.
repeal it.
Right, that's fine, and that's why I said, this needs to go somewhere, but where do we put it?
Thank
So,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Mylan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I mean, this is a massive change here that you're proposing. So could you just summarize the intent of the bill?
The intent of the bill is for schools to be accountable to all of the money which we give them by coming up with a plan of how they're going to use it, how they're going to use the extra, like the things that we give for the free and reduced lunch population, the things we give for the English language learner population, et cetera, instead of just, here's the money, have at it. What's your plan? How are you going to use this? How are you going to improve how your school is doing? Because I think we can all agree that schools need to improve from where they are.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Hall?
Yes, now I gotta go to the page. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned when you were talking about diversifying the workforce, you mentioned experience, background. I also see you have political points of view. Can you speak to that?
I can. I think it's important not to have all just one voice. I think having multiple voices and different points of view doesn't necessarily mean Republicans and Democrats. It can mean libertarians, it can mean Green Party, it can mean whatever, but a diversity of points of view so that, well, hopefully, certainly when I went to school, nobody knew where our teachers stood on any of these things because they'd lost their jobs if we did. So teachers weren't allowed to do that. But these days, it seems that it's a different environment and teachers are free to give their opinions. And it's, so let kids hear multiple opinions, that's all.
Can I have a follow-up? Follow-up
Let's
on
go
Okay.
around with one question apiece right now. Representative Ellison and then Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have about 25 questions. I doubt that the chair will allow me to ask them all. Following up on Representative Hall's, this is a tiny little follow-up, but not my real question. But this goes back to the political point of view. If I'm a principal and I'm hiring, 2 English teachers, how do I determine what their political point of view is? What kind of questions do I ask them?
Hopefully you can't. And I will take that out of there as long as I will change that wording as long as we understand that what we're looking for is a diversity of points of view.
Okay, thank you. And my real question, Mr. Real question.
Representative Ellison.
All right.
Representative Hall is going to be all over you in a minute here.
Right, this is a quick one. This is a quick one. On page 3 and line 3, and then again on line 18, you reference evidence-based programs. Line 18 seems to imply it's the commissioner that determines that. But I guess my question is, who determines what an evidence-based program is? Is it the commissioner? Is it the superintendent of schools? Is it the school board? Is it the local community? Who makes that determination?
All of the above.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, that's why you're going to all of these people. Somebody can come in and say and present. I mean, evidence-based means that they have There's been studies, there's evidence of improvement, et cetera, but not everybody knows what all of those things are. So you may have somebody from the community say, hey, there's this program and here's all the evidence and it worked really well. Or you may have the commissioner say, I'm aware of these things. The idea is you're reaching out to all of these groups to get ideas and not just staying in your own little, this is what we know. If you're going to improve, you want to take in lots of different ideas and choose amongst them. So you do some research if you're trying to choose between A and B, you know. But evidence-based, there should be data out there supporting those, or how can they be evidence-based?
Thank you. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rep. Lacus, for this. So I think the point of the bill is to create a mandate that schools improve while also providing somewhat of a free hand. But I'm a little concerned about where we're providing a free hand in this. Looking at the bottom half of page 1, there's superintendent improvement plan, starting at line 16 going down. Talks about things like the implementation of mental health screening and care in schools, as well as improving welfare services and law enforcement services in schools. So is the intent of the bill to provide a free hand to schools in those arenas as well as the academic realm?
Well, as I said, sometimes you have particular students who need outside help. And so it's important that they know what that help is. And so part of that, I expect there to be some way for that to be noticed, communicated, et cetera. Not that the school has to be doing it, but the school needs to be familiar with it so they can hand off, so to speak, this child, you know, to this person who can evaluate, to this person who can deal with them. So it's not, no, the school doing all of this, but as part of the improvement, they need to know who those community people are. How do we hand that off? That's part of the, was it NTSSB? Part of the idea that you have the general population and then you have some students who what we're doing generally isn't working for them, and so we have those connections.
Representative Tanner?
So I'll make the statement that I try to make about 20 or 30 times a session, and that is that public schools are overregulated and underfunded, and that's the basic problem that we should be addressing, not all this other stuff. But I'd like to know if this is based on model legislation, and if it applies, since it's each public school, does it apply to charter schools? And if not, why not? Thank you.
So it is based on, I don't know if you'd say model legislation, the bill that we had last year to enact the, whatever that's, the booklet that we got. No, help me out, Rep. Myler,
709.
it's, yes, the one that's sitting on some of your tables right now, the foundation.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit here. That's my next question for you. I was going to
Yeah,
go
the
down
foundation,
pipeline of where
whatever. We
Claremont
had a
runs.
law that, we had a bill
Yeah.
put forward by the Democrats, and I think particularly Rep. Luno and Rep. Myler, that had almost word for word what I have here. I said I changed a few small words. There was one paragraph I couldn't parse because it was a large run-on dependent clause, and I divided it up into individual sentences best I could, meaning the same thing. And there were a few things that referred to the plan that I had to take out, but almost word from word from that bill from last year. So that's what this is based on. It is almost entirely what was in that bill that we had last year. And we were told, and this bill has accountability. And I said, woohoo, I would love to see some accountability. And so I figured if I used what was in there, then there would be less objection. What? Oh, and the charter schools, I was leaving that up to, I think I had said every school, and I was kind of leaving that up to this committee to decide whether we wanted to do and charter schools or not. I don't have a problem with it.
Representative Cascade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for my questions, for answering my questions. I want a couple clarifying points
Sure.
first before I can ask it, make sure it applies. My first comment is in hiring staff, administrators are bound by Title IX non-discrimination and certainly risk managements. There are questions you cannot ask. I don't care if I like the sweater or don't like the sweater.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
We are very guarded and we have specific areas that we can ask. Going back to page 1, the section that Representative Belcher had mentioned, comparing it to the law in the book, if I'm in the right place and I'm not sure. So is this part 4 all new language from the law? Because I'm looking at 193-H:4.
As I said, this is not where I think this bill belongs. This is where OLS put it. They didn't even come out with it till almost the end of December 23rd. I decided rather than trying to do that in the few days that we had around Christmas, that would be something we as a committee could decide. I don't think that's the right place, and I do not want to repeal and replace HB 193-4. I think that would be the wrong thing to do.
Okay, so my question actually pertains to that, if I may. So what this says is that a superintendent, I take great pride in that,
Good.
is going to be responsible for addressing social services, health needs. School nurses are optional services, by the way, according to statutes, not provided in adequate education. Improve and expand child welfare services. Law enforcement in the community, we can't all afford SROs. Workforce development practices. Actually, the goals of some of these are part of what schools do. But I perceive this language as saying now you got to take on more and you got to be the hub and you got to be able to tend to the whole child, whether the parent does or not, but addressing specifically F on financial plan. I don't know how many school board meetings you've attended. You may have attended many. But for the 3 school boards that I've worked at least at a minimum, if not every other week, at least once a month, all the warrants and expenditures are itemized. X amount of books, X amount of jerseys with the prices, the vendor. And those have to be approved by a school board, and those are public documents. So I'm not sure what other financial accountability you'd be looking for that's not already in a required warrant for public. Is there something else you're looking for?
No, the idea was, these are places for the superintendent, well, the whole community, because the part above that says we're all going to be in on this, right? And addressing the whole community, all the stakeholders, whatever. The one who's is responsible for finalizing the plan is the superintendent, after taking into consideration the input from everybody, the teachers, the parents, the businesses, et cetera. And these are the steps. Not that the superintendent is going to come up with entirely themselves, but with all of that, their job is to put it together in a plan. And the steps to improve might just be making sure that all the parents know that these are the resources available to them. I mean, it's not saying you have to, that's why I was trying to say, you don't have to say the school has to provide all of this, but the steps might be the school has to provide the information. We're going to make sure that every parent knows that this is available. And that might be all of the step that they decide to do. Or they may decide more based on their, I can't say what it's going to look like because it's completely school to school and town to town.
Thank you very much. I have one last question to ask of you here because I know we have a number of other people probably would like to speak on this as well. But in your opening statement, you mentioned that schools be accountable for state funds. Are you talking about the grants that come out that are not part of base adequacy and disparity, differentiated aid, which are mandated by the Londonderry and Claremont type decisions, and they're unrestricted monies? And or are you talking about changing the whole format where to receive these, you're going to have to X, Y, and Z?
I'm not saying what they have to be spent for. I'm only saying that they have to come up with a plan and let us know what their plan for using that money is, as opposed to just, here's the money, have at it. We give them extra money for instance, English language learners. That's one of the things we give. So what are they going to do to improve? What are they going to do with this money to help English language learners? We give them extra money if they have more free and reduced lunch. So
But
presuming
isn't
they had
that part, I don't want to be argumentative here, but we are required by the court system and the cases which we have to identify ELL, free and reduced, special
Right.
education, remedial reading, etc., in differentiated aid, and every child gets the same amount proportionally to that formula that we have established.
right?
How can you then say that, turn around and say that you're going to, in order to receive those monies, you're going to have to do X, Y, and Z, when we do that possibly for specific grants which are outside of the state's responsibility of adequacy?
All I'm asking is that they have a plan for what they're going to do with that instead of just putting into the general fund. It's like if you're getting that extra money, it's not, yes, you have to spend it for, we're not telling them how to spend it. We're saying, we're asking them, we're giving you this extra money. What are you going to spend it on to help those populations? So we're asking them, yes, it's unrestricted. We can't tell them what to do with it, but we can ask them at least to try to think about what are they going to do with this money. We're giving them the money. How are they going to improve those populations? After all, isn't that why they're getting extra for English language learners? So that they can improve the outcomes of English language learners. So do they have a plan? Are they planning on using it to improve it? I mean, that's the point, right?
Thank you. One last one from Representative Woodcock, then we're going to have to get other people. We're going to be cruising in on the limited time we have for this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Lett. I have one question, two questions. The
Yep.
first one is following on Mike's thing and Corinne's. On the second, on the first page, just specifically, you're talking about the workforce development on lines 24 and 25. It says the schools must provide students and family with meaningful employment skills and opportunities. Does that mean we're going to be using student funds to do development and skill training for parents in the schools?
The schools are often owned by the town. And I have seen in our school system where the school has arranged to have speakers or whatever come in the evenings and give
This is
strategies.
meaningful employment skills. That's not speakers, skills. Hard skills.
That's what I was saying, having people come in on the weekends or the evenings and use those school facilities
Okay.
to come and teach particular skills. And there are ones that will do it for free. There are organizations that will do it for free. There are businesses that will do it for free. So it's not necessarily using, other than the school facilities, actually spending the money that was meant for the students.
And the follow-up is, the primary question goes back to the funding under lines 35 and 6 on page 2 and into 3, where it talks about the superintendent creating all these plans specifically to individual schools, and then specifically for English language learners, low-income students, special needs. I just can see, I envision a superintendent putting hours and hours and hours creating a plan of all these programs that are going to support and assist, say, low-income students, and yet not have the money to do it. It's sort of like false expectations. These are the things we need to make the program grow, but we don't have money for it. which concerns me of going through all that work for superintendent because the money's not there. I mean, this plan that you're talking about, that fine democratic plan to redo educational funding, it wasn't a democratic plan. I think Representative Ladd was a critical piece of Representative Myler and Luno. It had university people on it, had financial experts
Yes.
on it. But the point is, that was redistributing a formula of how aid was provided.
Right.
And none of it has the superintendent allocating by building, by district. And I'm just concerned that without the entire bill, the entire funding mechanism that supports the language of this, it's like taking one piece, it doesn't fit the rest of the design. That's concerning.
So we
The
can
money's not
form
there.
a question out of all that, Representative Woodcock.
Yes, do you agree?
We keep redesigning the funding formula. I think every year we have some new way of doing it or some bit. So the question is,
It's
you're
like yes
getting
or no.
this money.
Yes or no answer would work.
Well, no.
Okay, thank
What I agree is there's X amount of money coming in. How are you going to use it? That's the question. How are you going to use what you have?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
I thought we had some pink cards here. We don't even have any more pink cards on this thing, so we have
I
another
was
4
surprised.
minutes or so.
I mean, I didn't
Are
expect
there any
anybody
pink cards
else.
coming in from out there in the neighborhood? Okay.
I didn't figure they cared.
Representative, no, any other questions? Yes, Representative. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no fiscal note attached to this. I'm assuming a lot of stuff already exists on somebody's desk on a lot of these points, but what do you anticipate for a fiscal note?
Well, it's possible that the DOE may or may not, I mean, this is partly their responsibility already, may request that they get something, I'm not sure, but really what this is, how are you spending the money that you're getting, right? Not how are we gonna give you more money, we keep giving more money, and we may still do that. That's separate from this. We give the money, but how are you going to use it? That's really what this is about. How are you going to use it to improve student outcomes?
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Following up on Representative Dry's question, seems to me that the collaboration described in this bill among many parties and the amount of reporting does have an expense attached to it. The superintendent or whoever is creating these plans isn't doing something else. So I'm not sure how to make that into a question. I just don't understand how this is free.
Partly because I believe this is already the superintendent's responsibility, and I know in our town, we do have isn't it to decide how your school is going to run and what plans you have and how you want to improve it? I'm happy to
Well,
hear from the superintendent if I'm wrong.
I
But I
will
know-
ask the superintendent, we have several administrators, I being one as
Right.
well, but if she would like to respond to that, she doesn't have to, because the person testifying can't ask a question of somebody on the committee.
Right.
I'm not sure what your question is. You may have to reiterate it, but my question to you is, would you consider an amendment that adds the hiring of an assistant to provide support and manpower to be able to accomplish even half of this? In my district, there were no assistant anythings. You're it. And so in terms of the time frame, you need another person. So are you willing to put an amendment that adds a staff person to the districts that don't have them?
Well, either that, if we do that, then the state would have to pay for that. I would be interested in hearing what things in particular a superintendent isn't already doing that is in here that you would need somebody else to be doing.
Well, I'm just going to put something out
I
here.
mean, we can work this as a work, it's not an early bill, right? We can,
Well, I'm going to respond to that so the general public knows what is the requirement when we put early on a bill in terms of a financial note, it has to be over $500,000. I think we're in that neighborhood plus here with the question that Representative Cascaden was just asking. If it becomes that, we have the responsibility to recognize that and shove this on as an early bill. So it appears to me that without, having a more thorough understanding of this, we're not going to be able to get this out by the 16th of this month.
I didn't expect to.
Okay. Representative Cascaden? Sure.
I have a doctorate in teaching and learning, and that's what I do. As a superintendent, I'm not expecting to reach out and raise a child because it's a partnership with a parent. And a parent needs to raise the child, the school needs to teach and learn. That's my answer.
I agree, and the responsibility, as I said, of the superintendent was to submit the plan. Everybody was to work together to help come up with the plan. And I know we've been doing that in our town with extra public, not public hearings, but actually public joint community getting together and working. We have, and there'll be like an hour of unrestricted where everybody just goes around and talks to it's kind of, everybody's there and we all talk to each other, make suggestions and whatever. And then there's a time of more controlled question and answer, and then they can take that. So, and that's, I can see where I am not expecting one person, the superintendent, to do this all by themselves. I'm expecting this to be a community effort. The superintendent is just responsible to make sure it happens and to submit the plan. Does that help? Okay.
One more question to you here, Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Do you believe this bill is ready? Do you believe if this bill is not ready, do you think this committee is going to have this ready to get out of here by March 16th?
I do not believe this bill is ready. I would even be fine with retaining this bill as long as we're actually working on it to make it something that is functional.
Thank you. Representative Damon, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, correct me if I misheard, but I believe in your discussion responding to Representative Cascaden, you indicated that the superintendents are already doing this and that essentially it seemed to me like you were saying it wasn't an added workload. So if it's already happening, I'm not clear on why we need this bill.
What I was saying is that they are responsible for overseeing the district and what happens within the district. And so and their responsibility in this is to get the community and input from everybody to come up with an improvement plan, which I don't believe they are doing, but I believe it is still their responsibility now to get input from the community, et cetera, to see. So it's like, I believe they should be. I do not believe they all are, but I believe they should be doing this already. This is to make sure that, yes, they are pulling in. If I was superintendent and my school was not doing well, I would be turning to everybody, the community, having community hearings, et cetera, trying to come up with, how are we going to fix this? How are we going to improve this? I would think that was part of what, so.
Thank you. Not having any other questions here from the committee and no pink cards, I'm going to close this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There you go.
Sorry, I was at Rotary this morning. That's okay. Sergeant Bronson from Northwoods. Northwoods Law.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's our district fishing game. So,
Good.
Good to do that.
That's good.
So,
Okay, how many? Are those all 514? Just looking for the prime sponsor. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now going to go into a hearing on 514, HB 514, relative to dissemination of obscene material by schools and institutions of higher learning. Representative Cordelli, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable colleagues. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the Beautiful Lakes region. And this bill has been referred to in some places as banning books, but that's not the intent of this bill. As parents, we do much to protect our children from all sorts of things, provide a safe environment. We have parental controls on TV, movies have ratings, do all sorts of things, including I remember the days when I had my desktop computer and we had that in a public place so we could see what the kids were doing on the internet and so forth. But technology has changed that, and I'm not sure if it's all for the better. But certainly we've talked about sending our children to school to be in a safe, welcoming, learning environment. And I'm submitting this bill because I realized that our state obscenity laws exclude education from the laws. And I don't think that that contributes to having schools as a welcoming environment, a safe environment for our children. So what this bill does in the first section is remove K-12 education from those exemptions. It leaves higher education in there. I'm not touching that. But for K-12 education, I do not think they should be exempt from our obscenity laws. That's the case in quite a number of states, and I believe there are some states looking at doing similar things. But I think it's a required step. Some people will probably behind me talk about some of the materials they found objectionable in their schools. But the second part of the bill lays out a process for any parent who does find objectionable materials, whether it be an app or a book or whatever materials in the school. So that's the second part, so that parents have some recourse if they do find objectionable materials. And part of that process is going through the superintendent and the local school board. And I think that's important. If we look at the Island Trees versus Pico decision, the plurality of Brennan, Marshall, and Stevens said this: "We are therefore in full agreement with the petitioners that the local school boards must be permitted to establish and apply their curriculum in such a way as to transmit community values. And there is legitimate and substantial community interest in promoting respect for authority and traditional values to be social, moral, and political. So we are adhering to that with this process and providing the school board with their decision-making process to look at what someone might, a parent might come forward with objectionable materials. There again, in the same decision, Justice Berger, Powell, Rehnquist, and O'Connor said this: the administration of the public schools, there is to be traditional values, be they social, moral, political. If, as we have held, schools may legitimately be used as vehicles for inculcating fundamental values necessary to the maintenance of a democratic political system, school authorities have broad discretion to fulfill that obligation. So the second part of the bill, laying out the process for parents, I think is in line with the PICO decision in that it provides the school board with decision-making process for determining if the materials brought forward to them by parents are legitimate and adhering to community values. But I think the basic premise is that obscenity laws for New York or any other state should not exclude K-12 education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Representative Cordelli? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for bringing this forward. I believe we're going to hear a number of arguments today, and I think a lot of them are going to hinge on the concept of free speech. So what I would like to ask you is, in our constitutions where free speech is protected, is the protection for free speech applicable to citizens or is it applicable to government? Where the
They
Constitution
didn't hear it over here.
where the Constitution protects free speech, is that a protection that is granted for citizens to have free speech or for government to have free speech?
I think the basic premise is that individuals have free speech. And I think this is in line with that, in that anyone can come forward with an objection as a parent, but likewise the school board, who has ultimate decision-making authority, as held in many law cases, should have responsibility for that, and students, librarians, etc., are free to exercise their opinion in discussing the issue with the school board.
Just a quick follow-up. So given that the constitutional protection on free speech applies to citizens, not to government, does this burden the free speech rights of citizens?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure, what burden the free speech?
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, if the
Mr. Chair, if the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution isn't even being reflected properly here, and I'm not quite sure where we're going.
Okay,
with
so
this.
I think what we ought to do is ask the question, don't ask a number of questions leading up to what you're trying to attain. You see where I'm going?
Understood. I'm just trying to get to the heart of the issue of the matter of the constitutional protection on free speech. And if it applies to protect the free speech of citizens,
It applies to protect the free speech of persons.
Representative Luna.
No, I mean, there's a
We need to
big
be
distinction
asking a
there.
specific question to the person that's testifying right now.
understood. Then my question would be, does this place any burden on the free speech rights of the citizens of this state?
I do not believe it restricts free speech rights.
Further question, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. First of all, there are quite a few safeguards in a public school because you have licensed people, you have criminal records checks on staff and whatnot. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but school board policy IGE allows parental objections. Policy IJK, IJL are all specific to that material, so I really don't see the need for this bill. Thank you.
Is there a question?
Well, question is, are you familiar with those?
No, I'm not familiar with all those school policies, but I
Thank you.
think that this needs to be in law because right now K-12 schools are exempt from our obscenity laws, and I think that that needs to be changed. And I think that's the basic thing that we're addressing here. I'm not as concerned with school policy. I'm concerned with state law.
Just a very quick one.
So my question as a follow-up is, are you aware of what's already being done?
I am aware of lots of things going on in various school districts in the state.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm looking specifically on page 2, line 11, but there is multiple places within this bill where it says the school principal or his or her designee. Would you see that some school districts, if the principal is overburdened with other tasks, that they need to designate a permanent person or maybe even create a new job position to be in charge of handling these complaints with obscene material?
I think provision for the principal or designee satisfies the need.
All right, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I may follow up Representative Cordelli on Representative McDonald's question, specifically to that line of the school principal. It appears to me that with this person or designee is making the determination, because it shall determine if it's objectionable, right? That what material in Representative McDonald's school, who's principal, as compared to the school that I'm principal of, how we determine what's objectable or not may be totally different. We may have the same item and be totally different. So I'm looking for how is there something consistent in that is my question.
Thank you. I think as we mentioned in the PICO decision, it talked about community values. And I think that that's reflected throughout statute. So in your community, in the North Country, community values could differ from a community in Southern New Hampshire. But that's a community decision, that's a local school board decision, and based on objections of parents, if they have any.
Is there one quick follow-up?
Very quickly, because I would like to get on all these.
Thank you. So it's accurate to say then that something that may be obscene in Plastow is not obscene in Pittsburgh.
That's a local school board decision based on objection raised by a parent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On line 29 on the first page, it says that the board shall adopt a complaint resolution policy for its local school system to be used to address complaints submitted by parents or permanent guardians. Does this bill only relate to complaints for parents or guardians?
Yes. Are you thinking of someone else? Or I'm not sure where you were going.
Where I was going with it, is this policy just relating to parents or guardians or for the general community as a whole that would come into the school board or object to any kind of publication?
This would be objections raised by parents or guardians.
Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Cordelli. I want to follow up with a comment you made earlier regarding local, the aegis of local issues around this particular topic. We're aware that local school boards currently have these kinds of complaint policies. So is it your concern that this needs to be a state law because you don't feel that local school boards are doing their job as it relates to this, policies relating to these materials?
I think that I'm not sure what happens in every school district in the state, but I think that there needs to be consistency in place, and that parents have that ability to present objectionable materials and to get a resolution and decision from the local board.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
So follow up then, you're not sure exactly what is happening at the local level then, is that correct?
Not throughout the state. We've seen newspaper reports continually about situations arising and parent objections. And I think that trying to address that and provide a mechanism for those parents to make sure that they have a mechanism for bringing forward issues that they believe are inappropriate for their minor children, and that might run afoul of our obscenity laws.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Does this have a criminal penalty to it, this law?
I don't believe there is anything in there.
The agreed to the Commissioner of Education, to the Department of Education, does it end up in a?
I don't think that the commissioner has any ability to launch criminal, any kind of criminal action.
Well, are we finished over there? Representative Damon?
On the last page of the Criminal Code, Chapter 650, obscene matter, Roman numeral number 3 reads, the state or any defendant may appeal from a judgment. Such appeal shall not stay the judgment. And then any defendant engaging in conduct prohibited by this chapter subsequent to the notice of the judgment, finding the material to be obscene matter, shall be subject to criminal prosecution notwithstanding the appeal from the judgment. So that sounds pretty serious to me.
Was there a question there?
No, we need to have questions, please. Further questions?
If I could clarify, I was answering the question about the commissioner's ability to take criminal action.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Petronel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cordelli, one of the things that has surprised me is how many people have come forward showing me material that has been distributed to their children or that the children have access to in school. And I'm surprised that they're reaching out to me as a state representative to do something about it. I'm wondering if you've had similar experiences that would have led to you thinking this legislation was necessary.
Yes, I think we've probably all received correspondence from constituents and seen newspaper reports. And one of that plus an article that I read in a national publication about state obscenity laws in education led me to filing this legislation.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any from the committee. Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. I'd like to welcome Representative David Page. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee for considering my testimony today. I'm Representative David Page, and I'm lucky to represent my neighbors in the town of Conway. I have also been fortunate over the last many years to have worked very closely, side by side, with educators, librarians, and local boards all across the United States as they've navigated our country's escalating crisis of book banning. So let me tell you what this crisis looks like in two simple numbers. In 2021, the American Library Association received reports of 1,597 different books, different titles, either banned or unsuccessfully targeted by bans. At the time, this number, 1,597 different book titles, was a record. Preliminary data from ALA for 2022 is that we saw 2,548 unique book titles targeted. That is roughly a 60% increase in censorship activity in a single year, in 1 year. And I come here today to share the perspective that I've gained through my work over the last decade addressing this problem. I oppose this book banning bill, HB 514. Let's start with what I hope are some clear points of consensus. The first one, I hope we all share the belief that every parent has the right to determine what is appropriate for his or her own child. To put it another way, I do not believe that it is my place to tell you what your child should or should not be allowed to read. I will always defend your right as a parent to make that determination for your kid. And in return, I ask you the same courtesy, not to tell me what my child should or should not be allowed to read. A second point of agreement, we all agree there needs to be a mechanism for concerned parents to raise complaints and request reconsideration of materials in schools. Fortunately, and as Representative Cascadden observed earlier, this mechanism already exists. This mechanism exists in the form of locally determined district challenge and reconsideration policies. It is required. The third point of agreement I'd like to emphasize, and it seems silly to even have to say this, but we hear it so often in these debates, schools are not distributing pornography. Let's put it plainly. We all agree. Pornography has no place in our schools. Every teacher, every parent, every administrator, every legislator agrees on this. But let's be real with ourselves about how minors today are accessing pornographic materials, because there are problems. We know, for example, that the majority of teens have viewed pornography on their phones. A majority, right? And even more alarmingly, a Common Sense Media survey showed that 45% of teens feel that online pornography has given them helpful information about sex. All right? So there are real problems, right? If we want to be serious about protecting minors from obscene material, let's begin with an understanding of how our teens are actually encountering these materials. And that quite simply, if they're seeking out these materials, they are not doing it by going to their school library stacks. They are not doing it through an English language arts assignment, okay? It's not happening. Not in this day and age. That's not where they're finding it. So this bill is not going to eliminate our kids' access to obscene materials. It absolutely will, however, create a number of troubling problems for both students and the educators who serve them. First, and most egregiously, this bill takes the remarkable step of stripping K-12 educators of their long-standing protection under the law from being arrested, charged, or indicted prior to any court determination that educational materials that they've made available are in fact obscene in nature, okay? And I heard Representative Cordelli say they're exempt from the law. They're not exempt from the obscenity law. It has to be proven that the material is obscene. Right? It's not like a free pass here. So I'm not going to belabor this point, since I'm sure there are others testifying who can speak to this better than I can, but the ramifications of this change are momentous. And not only is the criminalization of teachers in itself troubling, but the ways in which it will force teachers to change their practice are detrimental to student learning. Second, we know exactly what the practical effect of this legislation will be on the ground. We do not have to do any guessing here. We'll probably see very few instances of a court determining that educational materials are obscene, probably none. And why is that? Because schools, they're just not using or collecting materials that meet a legal definition of obscenity. In spite of this, the impact will be real and significant. Administrators and their employees will choose to operate within a safe harbor. They're going to deliberately make choices to avoid potential controversy and to avoid the risk of getting embroiled in litigation. We have abundant scholarly research and data on the topic of self-censorship in schools. The phenomenon is real, it is pervasive, and it is well documented that self-censorship activity is getting worse following the passage of laws such as this one. And so what does this mean?
Excuse me, Representative, how much more do we're running out of time here.
I've got about a minute.
Thank you.
Yep. Well, we have the benefit of over 3 decades of data collected on book banning by the American Library Association, and we can easily see broad patterns emerge. The first and most obvious pattern is this. A majority of those titles targeted by book bans, those 2,000 plus titles, are by or about Black people or by or about LGBT people. The direct effect of this law, whether it's the intention or not, will be to limit schools' purchasing of materials by and about those populations as they work to build curriculum and collections that reflect and serve their student bodies. So here's the good news. Public opinion research has consistently shown that a majority of Republicans oppose book banning, that a majority of Democrats oppose book banning, and a majority of independents oppose book banning. There's broad public awareness of the crisis, and in the most recent major poll conducted in September of last year by a nonpartisan public opinion research firm, nearly all voters were aware of this crisis. But of those polled, the number that felt that there was a significant number of books in our schools that were a cause for concern was only 8%. 8%. So I want to thank the committee for your time and attention, and I would ask you to join me in stating clearly that censorship is not a granted state value by voting inexpedient to legislate on HB 514.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions from for the representative? Representative Petronil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Page. Can you explain to me what a book ban actually looks like? I mean, if you remove objectionable material from an elementary school, maybe it's available at the middle school, or is a book banning like completely eliminating that piece of literature from our culture, never to be seen again? I'm confused about what that ban actually means.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be eliminated from everywhere. I will also say that there are instances where a mistake can be made. And that is why we have challenge and reconsideration procedures. This is part of the profession. So yes, something could be purchased for an elementary school collection, for a K-5 library, with the best intentions. It is later determined, oh, that is really not age appropriate, and it should not be in our elementary school library. It would go through that process. That would not be considered a ban. A ban would be an attempt to remove something because an individual parent feels, as I said, it's not appropriate for their kid. And that parent, I believe, should be able to say, and they can say, my child will not have that, cannot have that. But we're not going to then remove it from access for other children in the school or district, if that makes sense.
Representative Luna?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Page, for joining us this morning. Part of public school adequacy is defined as, I believe it includes a professional librarian for every 500 students. That's part of our definition of adequacy and how it's funded. And I think we probably all realize that you probably need to have more librarian or media specialists, not just one for every 500 students. But the question to you though is, do professional librarians just buy any book that's out there and put it on, or are school librarians really curating a collection of books that are appropriate for the education of the children that school serves?
The latter. So the choices made by the school, and first of all, I should say there may be others who can testify better to this, but I'll take a first stab for you. The selection decisions of the school librarian are going to be determined by the school or district's collection development policy, which is going to seek to meet the educational goals of that institution. So they're not being random here. Oftentimes, it's going to vary a bit from school to school, district to district, but oftentimes there are requirements, for example, that they are going to look at a certain number of professional reviews of the titles to determine their appropriateness, to determine the grade range level. So there's a lot that goes into every single one of those selection decisions. I would also note that the school librarian is uniquely qualified to do this work. Folks often don't know, but our school librarians are often some of our most highly trained educators in the building. They've often been a classroom teacher, gone back and gotten another degree or certification. They receive very specific training on this, right? It's a huge part of their graduate curriculum. And they spend a lot of time talking about balancing the needs of the whole community, about protecting individual students' rights, about representing the whole community. So this is very much central to their training. So it's not, it's not random that this is the person doing the work.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please help me out. I'm looking at the preliminary hearings in the code of the criminal code, and it was talking about that no one is arrested or charged or indicted unless the material is found to be obscene and they continue to make it available. I'm having a hard time reconciling that with what you were talking about being charged.
So my reading of the bill, and I mean, you could certainly talk to the sponsor about this as well. But my reading of the bill is that it has strucken out schools and replaced it with institutions of higher education, so that it has removed that language as it regards our K-12 institutions. Does that clarify at all?
Yeah, follow up. Well, I would like to see that. I would like to see that. So whoever could answer that question would be helpful. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Page, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Long ride down, I'm sure. My question is, earlier on, there was a question I asked to the prior representative. If a book is pulled by considered obscene in Plastow and not considered obscene in Pittsburgh, how is it then obscene material?
So I think there's a couple things I'd emphasize first. One is a determination that it's obscene is not necessarily the only consideration in determining whether it belongs in the collection. So for example, to Representative Peternell's point, during a reconsideration process, it may be, when that review committee, typically it's done by a committee that has parent representatives, teacher, librarian, et cetera, will do the review of the material. They will also read the whole book as a committee. They will look at it. It can be removed for another reason than that it is obscene, that it meets the legal definition of obscenity, right? So it may be removed just because they say, yeah, this is not right for our K-5 students. We're not saying it's obscene, but it's not meeting our needs. It's not conforming to our collection development plan. So it doesn't have to just, that's not the only reason to remove something. So I'd just state that first. I think one of the challenges with this bill is, and I think you made this observation, is who is making the determination of obscenity? I personally think that determination should really be made by a lawyer. Typically you put things through various tests to determine whether the material is obscene. One of those tests, for example, is that it's devoid of educational, artistic, et cetera, merit. So I think a lot of these materials, it would be hard to make a legal case that they are obscene. What this bill will do, and I think this is to your point, is if it's the principal making the determination in two different towns, they may reach two totally different conclusions.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Representative Page.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've looked through all the pink cards here, and most pink cards are saying I need 3 minutes to present. So I'm going to put the 3-minute rule in effect right now going forward. So the next person I'd like to come forward is Barrett Christina. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Lag. Good morning, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the School Board Association. Thank you for taking my testimony. NHSBA is opposed to House Bill 514. A couple of different aspects that I want to talk about NHSBA's objection. Provisions at the bottom of page 1 where it says the school board shall have a policy. NHSBA has no objection to the legislature requiring school boards to adopt a policy on this topic. We do have an objection, though, to the remainder of the legislation on page 2 that talks about what has to be in the policy. When Representative Cordelli was introducing the bill, he spoke of a Supreme Court case, and I believe he said the court said the local school board should establish a policy to adhere to the morality and values of their community. By the legislature writing the policy for us. It's not local school boards writing policies relative to the values of their specific community. We'll adopt a policy. We heard testimony that many school boards already have policies on these. NHSBA does have a sample policy. I pulled off some. Haverhill has a policy. Derry has a policy. Hudson has a policy. Wakefield has a policy, Plainfield, Salem, Timberlane, Concord has a very comprehensive policy, Rye. I didn't go through everybody on the committee, but I think you get my point. The other aspect that I want to make too is that there should not be an appeal to the local, or excuse me, to the State Board of Education. Putting that in the hands of unelected bureaucrats doesn't seem prudent. Also, if we're going to be looking at the definition, some language in RSA 650, the obscenity statute. I'm trying to find out where it is. This is RSA 650:1. Paragraph 4A, the material is obscene if it is considered on the whole to the average person. A, when applying the contemporary standards of the county within which the obscene offense was committed. So if the state board is going to be being the final arbiter of what is obscene or what is not in a local community, we should add language to the bill that the state board is going to establish criteria for all the 10 counties in New Hampshire, and they should post that publicly on the website, distribute that to all the parents in each of those specific counties. So I don't know if the criteria will be the same in Hillsborough County, it is in Coos, but the state board should at least be doing that if they're going to be given authority over what is obscene and what is not. So that's another objection NHSBA would have. We have policies, I spoke about that. The other aspects too, I believe somebody mentioned it, RSA 186:11, paragraph 9C is the opt-out provision. And I believe I have that in front of me. School boards are required to adopt a policy allowing an exception to specific course material based on a parent or legal guardians. That happened yesterday when I was testifying too. Oh, is that the 3 minutes? I apologize. Or legal guardians determination. RSA 186:11C, you have to have a policy that allows parents to opt out if they find the course material objectionable anyway. I could go on for a long time about this. I know you got a lot of cards, Chairman Ladd, 3 minutes. We oppose
Do you
the bill.
have written testimony?
I scribble my notes down and
Very good, Barrett.
I've done this before, Chairman Ladd.
I've heard it before. Okay, are there any questions from the committee for Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association? Yes, Representative Luno?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm asking the question because I wanted to give you a little more time to answer it, particularly with some details behind the opt-out policies that families have right now.
Sure.
That are in New Hampshire statute, not subject to school board.
Yeah, they are currently the reconsideration of instructional materials or reconsideration of library materials policy that NHSBA has on the books is not required by law. It's NHSBA has it as a recommended policy, and different school boards have different sort of levels of who's going to be on a committee to review it. I mean, but they're all generally the same. But again, not every, I don't know every school board or whether or not they have this, but we have it on the books. It's a recommended policy from NHSBA. If you want to mandate a policy, that's fine. We don't think the legislature should be writing local school board policies, though.
Follow up, I'm really asking about state law that gives parents rights to opt out of what as Representative Page was saying.
Yeah.
One parent might find objectionable, another parent might find appropriate, that type of thing.
Yeah. So I'm not sorry about what's the question?
Do we have state laws?
Yes. Yes. Well, yeah, this is RSA 186:11, paragraph 9C. School boards are required to adopt a policy allowing an exception to specific course material based on a parent or legal guardian's determination that the material is objectionable. And then it lists a couple other provisions about what you have to do in the policy. So that's a required policy by law. NHSBA has that. Every school board should have that on the books.
And follow up on that, and that gives parents unilateral rights to object to that material.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Thank you for the question.
That policy's been in place for quite a while.
I think 2011 or so. I think
I
that.
believe that's when we put it in.
Yeah.
Further questions, the School Boards Association? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call forward Anne Marie Banfield.
Can I go a little bit later? Because I think you need to see these materials before I speak on my behalf. So I would like maybe one of the parents that had.
Well, I'll just take the next one in the heap here. Just work my way down.
I can go a little bit later.
Okay, next one down is Betsy Harrington.
I can go after her if you want.
I really, really appreciate you guys having me today. This is something that came up last year, and it's been shocking to me ever since, and I really appreciate you having me. My name is Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering, New Hampshire. I'm hoping you will give me the whole time today to tell my story because I feel like I'm the most informed parent in the room, although maybe not. It seems like some others see what I have seen. I'm praying that you will ask a ton of questions about how our kids are getting exposed and exploited. I have sent a video to every one of you that's about a minute long. And I also sent some links like to ratedbooks.org. Ratedbooks.org, you can go and look and see the excerpts that parents are complaining about. So if somebody were to say this book is bad and you didn't have time to read the whole book, you could go to that spot and say, oh, I see what you mean, just to know that. If you challenge a book, you have to read the whole book. But there are resources for us to look and see what other parents are saying, and I appreciate that. So I wanted to make sure you guys got that email. I'm a longtime therapist, and I'm a former prison sex offender counselor. I was once the unit manager of the North End House and the Transitional Work Center at the prison. I received my master's degree from UNH in 2000. I have significant experience in the field of sex education and boundaries. I learned of the inappropriate content in the school's online library from my son, who attends Hillsborough Deering High School. His 15-year-old friend had the Sora Library app open and showed him how the book Lesbiana's Guide to Catholic School was being advertised. I'll submit these. So this is how it looked on his screen. And my son had him open the book and he started to read it. He took screenshots. He was shocked and he knew immediately that this was not for a school library. He brought it to his English teacher. The teacher said it was all fine to be available. So my son read the first page of the book out loud. I've got that here. I can't read it. It's not readable. So he read it out loud. It was really, really offensive, so he was in trouble. His point was made. The principal saw it and just sent him to his next class. It started me looking, though. Once my son told me what happened, I insisted he show me exactly. It's been a shocking discovery ever since. I read that book, Lesbiana's Guide to Catholic School, then the other that was also inappropriately advertised that day, Here and Queer, Both were explicitly sexual and offensive throughout. It made me realize our kids were indeed being advertised inappropriate books through their school computers. So I started looking for books that other parents said were questionable and how certain books were being promoted. I read the book Flamer through the app. It was so graphically sexual and had so many inappropriate themes for children, I felt compelled to request a private meeting with my school board. The main character is graphically sexually abused by others, and his confusion leads him to attempt suicide. This is a middle school book. My husband and I, please allow me more time.
Well, I'm going to give you
Please.
1 more minute, but that's it.
My husband and I
Everybody's
met
gonna
with
do
the
the
school
same.
board on June 6th. They listened and said, just take the library app off my kids' computers, and the problem was solved. I was quite aware of the harms the other students were being subjected to, but hoped that someone would look now that I had said something. That never happened. I continued to read the books from the app, becoming more and more concerned about what I was finding available to the students in my district. The most dangerous book I read so far is This Book is Gay by Juno Dawson. It has a section boldly titled, How Sex Apps Work. It has detailed explanations on how to perform blowies and handies, explaining to everyone that everyone, and I mean everyone, has anal sex, and all men like to put things in their anus. It explains that bumming is a normal feeling of wanting to put your penis in everything. It's a perverted view of sex under the disguise of sex education. It's sexual misinformation that is openly accessible to students at all times without support. The book also has an embedded hyperlink to Match.com and explains in detail how to use Grindr for hookups. The embedded hyperlink is right at the part of the book that gives sex app instructions.
Ms. Harrington, you've gone beyond that extra minute plus now. So we're going to open it up to questions if you're willing to take questions. Questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Please.
Oh, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you explain to me the difference between things on an app and books in a library, please?
Thank you. So that's a good question. These books are not, for the most part, in the physical library. They're mostly on the SOAR Student Library app. SOAR Student Library is available to 53,000 districts around the country. Our district uses something called the New Hampshire Shared Collection, and that's pretty much used by most districts in New Hampshire. That is the particular catalog that is full of sexually inappropriate books, and it is advertising them to my kids through their Chromebooks.
Yes, you may.
So is this something that a school or a district signs into to make available?
In my district, they charge, I think, $250 to have access to 8,000 books. These books, I've reviewed, kept going through them just to kind of see what the overall content is. I did a search for Donald Trump in the Sora app. The only book that resulted was his opponent. I don't know if I have that here. Let me show you real quick. Let me do that. The folded piece. I need it right there. I want to show you because it's so critical. I searched for Donald Trump, and Joe Biden comes up in the library. Donald Trump's a writer. Joe Biden's not. The Sora library app has an issue, and the librarians are not seeing that. They just trust the app. 100%. Some other librarian has vetted that, they say to me. So I opted my kids out, but I am here for all the other kids. It's not okay, and my kids don't have access to the library.
Okay. We're gonna move on here. Are there further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite up Anne Marie Banfield.
Oh, I want to submit these things. Including this,
Please,
middle school.
Representative Dry. Welcome, Anne Marie.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate focused on academic excellence in education. So today I come here in support of HB 514. I will explain from the website stopitnow.org why this needs to stop in our schools. The question on the website says, "Dear Stop It Now, is it considered child sexual abuse if someone shows a child pornographic pictures but does not actually touch the child? Doesn't a child need to be physically molested in order for it to be considered child sexual abuse?" The answer was, showing pornographic pictures to a child is considered child sexual abuse. Child sexual abuse can include non-touching behaviors. Purposely exposing a child to adult sexuality is considered a form of child sexual abuse, whether or not a child is touched. Please note that although there may not be harmful intent, even having adult pornography or sexual toys in the home where a child comes across them can be viewed by authorities as sexual abuse in some circumstances. We are talking about child sexual abuse with some of the stuff that's going on in our schools right now. I'm not talking about objectionable. We're kind of using objectionable. Objectionable, we have a law. And I advise parents all the time, replace it. We have a law. We don't remove those kinds of materials. We are talking in this bill about pornographic and obscene material that you have to have seen, because I've seen it, because I've had this parent and other parents contact me and show it to me. If parents have taken this material and posted this on social media, posted it on Facebook, and their account was suspended, and the material was removed because it violates community standards. The pictures that you are seeing, some of the parents in New Hampshire have posted that and have had that removed. You need to know that. This is not about objectionable material. We worked hard to get that bill passed, and many people opposed that are now throwing that up and saying, well, wait, we can just remove Well, yeah, you opposed it when we were fighting for it years ago. And now you're right, we can replace it. And it gives parents the opportunity to keep their kids in that public school. But you're talking about child sexual abuse with some of this material. That's what it qualifies as. And what qualifies as pornography? I've been told you know it when you see it. I mean, come on. I think we all know that if we took our kids to the neighbor's house, dropped them off, and they came home and they said, you know what, my good friend's father, took me in a private room and showed me these pictures. I think all of us, some of these pictures, we'd be going, okay, I need to alert the authorities. So I ask you to support this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. I'd like to invite Megan Tuttle. Welcome, Megan.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I'm the president of NEA New Hampshire. We represent over 17,000 educators across the state in our K-12 public schools and also a few higher ed institutions. I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 514 because this bill would insert the Department of Education and school boards into a criminal adjudication process when that's not their role. The Department of Education should focus on supporting the educators who serve our students and stop trying to find ways to bring in some, intimidation with heavy-handed tactics like this. Moreover, the bill is confusing and we don't feel it's really ready to become law. So a question we have is what's wrong with the current process? It's been in place for about 50 years. Why does the sponsor of the department think that school boards or the Department of Education are better equipped than our courts to determine what meets the legal threshold of obscenity? In Section 2 of the bill, the language adds the Department of Education to the law enforcement entities whose current role is to initiate a preliminary hearing regarding obscene material. If I read the bill correctly, the process would no longer apply to K-12 schools, so we're not sure why the DOE would need to be added to the agencies who could initiate this process. Section 3 of the bill would require school boards to adopt a policy or process for adjudicating whether material is obscene. Where does the policy and school board process fit with the criminal process of prosecuting obscenity? Is this school board process supposed to replace the current preliminary hearing process done by the courts? In most cases, school boards wait for criminal investigations to close before taking any action, and that's at the behest of law enforcement. This proposal would require the opposite by having the school board and then the State Board of Education make the initial determination before law enforcement would bring charges. So why would this process that could end in prosecution be removed from the jurisdiction of law enforcement and be given ultimately to the State Board of Education to decide? Additionally, the bill appears to create a new standard for determining if material is obscene, which is whether the material is harmful to minors. This is not the longstanding criminal obscenity standard, and as a standard, it's broad, subjective, and nebulous. As we heard earlier, what one family commissioner or school board thinks is harmful is not the same necessarily as what another one thinks is harmful. So that's why we feel these decisions really need to be left in the courts to be examined with a statutory definition, relevant case law. Finally, what happens if the agencies listed here have a differing opinion on whether to initiate a hearing under this legislation? Does one take precedent over the other? Who's speaking for the state in such circumstances? The chief law enforcement department of the state, or is it one of its state agencies? The process that this bill seems to set up seems confusing, it's subjective, and at the end of the day, we don't feel it's an effective way to do what the current law was designed to do, which is to protect children from obscene materials that would cause them harm. So thank you for considering the testimony. Just ending, look at that.
3 minutes, right?
Can I just add in? Hope you'll find it inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Oh, yes, Representative Lekes.
I just, once again, based on your testimony, reread through this, and I see these as two different things. And you're saying that the second section, the new subdivision, is replacing or putting in front of the criminal section. And I don't see that. And I'm wondering if you can explain to me, because my reading of it is the one is for their local school as just removing or keeping the material. No criminal anything or prosecution. I'm not seeing anything in there, just a whether or not the material should be removed or restricted. And the first section has to do with our criminal code and law and whatever. So I see these as two completely different things, and I'm not sure how why you're conflating them. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We're putting them together because it's in the same bill with the new subdivision, talking about the complaint policy in the second part. We read it as taking the school out of the first part because it's crossed out. And then we read it as putting in a process or a policy in the second part, which is fine to have the process policy on, where it could be going or how a parent could come in and say they didn't want the material for their child. But we don't think it should be ending up there or with the State Board of Education. It'd be moving on to the next. So if they were two different things, my understanding, and we can differ on how we interpret this, which I think is part of the problem with the confusing for us, is that it still is part of the same piece.
Yes.
Would you have the same problems if we just put this one bill in as two separate bills?
I would need to see it before I could answer that.
Same thing, just divided between the first part, which has to do with this. The first part amends this. The second part talks about something completely different. If we just divided it right there, would it be more clear what was intended?
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've written testimony. I'll hand in.
Yes, thank you very much. Mary Wilkie, is it? Willce?
My poor handwriting, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Mary Wilkie from Concord, and I'm here to oppose HB 514. There are a number of issues with the bill, and other people have addressed quite a few of them, and I'm hoping others will get addressed later. I wanted to focus just on my experience as a public school teacher. I taught in Concord School District for 20 years, and I had more than 1,000 students overall. I taught in 4 different schools. One year I gave a homework assignment to some of my fifth graders that involved reading an article about dinosaurs. And the next morning I got a call from a mom saying that she had told her child not to read the article because the notion that dinosaurs existed millions of years ago conflicted with her religion. So I thanked her for telling me, and I excused the child from the homework. I gave him a different assignment to do during independent reading that would cover the same skill I was trying to get at. The conversation was friendly and respectful. We worked it out. No one suggested that nobody else get to read about dinosaurs. And I just felt like that's the way usually situations work. Teachers and parents work together as a team that collaborate for the benefit of the child. But more.
You just press, you have a little button right there. There you go. That's good.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So there's already a law that prevents schools from providing obscene materials, but currently it allows, because the law defining obscenity is so subjective, the current bill allows schools and libraries and museums to get a court opinion before they're held liable for presenting materials like that. The HB 514 would take away that protection for K-12 teachers. So they're left knowing that they could face criminal penalties if they judge something differently from the way a court might in the future judge it. I don't understand why we just don't leave it the way it is. There's already protection against the kind of materials that some of the witnesses have referred to. In general, the definition of obscene materials, though, it's not just anything that makes somebody feel uncomfortable. And I think those materials sounded obscene to me. But what I worry about is people have different ideas of what makes them uncomfortable. And the definition of obscene materials in the statute is it's materials whose, quote, predominant appeal is to the prurient interest in sex, that is, an interest in lewdness and lascivious thoughts. I don't think our school teachers are out there, pushing those kinds of materials on kids. If they're in some app somewhere, then that should be brought to that judicial proceeding and addressed. Is that my time?
Yeah.
Oh, it goes by so fast. So I would just like to say, two more sentences?
Sure.
As a public school teacher, there have been so many bills lately that kind of allude to ideas that are cast teachers in a bad light, as if we were all out there pushing pornography on our kids. As a teacher, the best interest of my kids was what kept me awake at night. I was not doing that, and it kind of breaks my heart to hear that people think that public school teachers are doing things like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mary.
you.
Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah House? Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you all again. My name is Deborah Howes. I'm here from the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire, and I am pleased to address Chairman Ladd and the members of the Education Committee today. I represent 4,000 members in public K through 12 education, as well as public higher education in New Hampshire. And between us, we teach about 29,000 of the public school students in this state, as well as thousands of university students. And we oppose HB 514. We disagree with the sponsor of the bill. We see that it is indeed going to lead to book banning and material being removed from public schools and potentially public universities. I am not going to go over everything that's been testified to before, but we are clear that our public school boards have in place procedures for parents who object to material to raise their objections to them. Parents have the right to raise objections to materials, to challenge those materials, and there's already a process in place for that. We don't need a separate law for it. But what we don't want is for one parent who objects to a book in the library or in the classroom to be able to decide for all children in that school what your child is able to read. Representative Luno said it very well earlier, that you can't decide what my child can read. We are in favor of creating good readers, and in order for kids to be good readers, they need to have books. So we are in favor of getting books in kids' hands. As a matter of fact, AFT is in the midst of a Reading Opens the World effort, and we've given out over 1 million books to kids and parents at community events across the country, including 3 AFT New Hampshire locals where we've given out 8,000 books. So rather than trying to ban books, we're out there giving out books at community events. So this really goes against what we are all about, which is making sure that kids have plenty of books to read and are exposed to the whole world through reading. Now, another part of this bill that we have concerns about is where in revising who falls under the obscene materials statute, where it says public universities, that now exposes the universities to the criminal litigation if material is deemed obscene. So previously, they weren't mentioned, and now you are going to potentially limit what adults can have access to at universities. That's going in the wrong direction.
Thank you
that's
very
3
much.
minutes.
Very
I
good
do
summary.
have my testimony to give you today.
Do you have written testimony there?
I have it.
Cool.
So,
Good, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Perino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm confused. I keep hearing this mentioned over and over again that we don't want one parent making a decision for all of the rest of the students. But we all know sometimes it takes one person to make a group aware of what's going on. So I'm just curious, how many parents would it take?
So that one parent should bring their concerns to, well, first, the teacher would be the place to start because it works best when parents and teachers work as a team for the individual child. But then, there is, following the chain of command, you will go to the principal and the school board. You have a community to work in. If enough of the community agrees, then you would reconsider that material. I mean, we've got that process in place. We've already got those kind of policies. If you find something that you think is inappropriate, and Representative Page, I don't know if he's still in the room, described that in very good detail.
Yes.
I also seem to keep hearing the assumption that this is material that's being presented in a classroom, but it also sounds to me like this material might be just available in the library. How would parents go about approaching that?
If it's something in the library, no one is forcing your student to take out a particular library book. Library books are not assigned, so those are choices. And I'm always hearing that we need to give students more choices. So if there's a particular topic or book you don't want your student reading, that's a place to actually proactively have a conversation about, hey, I don't want my child taking this book out. So that's another place where teamwork really needs to come in. If that's something you don't want your child having, then please speak up. We'd really rather not have an irate parent saying, oh my goodness, my child brought home this book and I'm horrified. But again, taking away something that another parent thinks is a valuable resource, and again, I'm not going to address the particular items those parents brought up because I haven't seen them. I mean, so it would not be fair. But it's not something that one person should decide for everyone, because these are public schools for the whole community, not for just your family.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Lekis?
Yeah. I'm also confused, and I'm hoping you will enlighten me. You were talking about how this opens up higher education, but the first part are those who are exempted from the obscene matter, and before it just said educational, and higher education was put in as exempted specifically because they're adults. And what's not being exempted is minor education of minors, and so I'm confused how by exempting them you open them up.
They are opened up once the material is deemed to be obscene to further prosecution or further legal action if they continue to display, disseminate, or otherwise circulate the material. And if you look into the obscenity statute, which Representative David referred to earlier, if it's gone through that adversarial hearing and has been found to not have the found to be obscene and not have any redeeming value, which is a very subjective definition. What has educational value to one person might not have educational value to another person. So you're getting into a somewhat squishy area. Then you have indeed opened those people up to legal proceedings.
Well,
Okay. That's the answer I've got, so a follow-up isn't going to get you more of an answer.
Yeah.
So you can keep asking.
I would suggest that on the side you talk that one out, Representative Lekis. Are there other questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Laura L. Azem? She had to leave. Heather Raymond?
Did you look at this section right here? It says they shall not be. So how does?
Thank you, committee, and Rep. Cordelli let me know that I should put rep in front so that everyone knows that. So my name is Heather Raymond. I am the representative for Hillsborough District 5 in Nashua. I'm also the chair of the policy committee on the Nashua Board of Education. I have over 15 years experience as a child and family social worker, including 5 years as a forensic interviewer for the New York State Police, which makes me a little bit of an expert in child abuse, specifically sexual abuse of children. So I noticed that there was some testimony about that earlier today. I'm not going to touch on that because it's something different. Some previous speakers have said a lot of my prepared remarks. So I just want to highlight a couple of things. First, policy IGE based on RSA 186.11(9)(c), which is the parental objections to specific course materials, covers any objection that any particular parent has about material that they don't want their child being exposed to. The second policy that I want to bring to the attention of the committee, and I know that Mr. Christina had referred to it, is policy ILJA, which is the removal of media center materials, which lays out a process by which any local school district can remove items from their media centers, which typically is because they're old or out of date or falling apart, but also can be used for other reasons. I wanted to read a statement from the American Library Association. And the statement is, the unprecedented number of challenges we're seeing already this year reflects coordinated national efforts to silence marginalized or historically underrepresented voices and deprive all of us, young people in particular, of the choice to explore a world beyond the confines of personal experience. Librarians develop collections and resources that make knowledge and ideas widely available, so people and families are free to choose what to read. Though it is natural that we want to protect young people from some of life's more difficult realities, the truth is that banning books does nothing to protect them from dealing with tough issues. Instead, it denies young people resources that can help them deal with the challenges that confront them.
And just a couple more things from the American Library Association. 40% of the books that were requested to be removed in 2022 were regarding LGBTQ plus student subjects or by authors that are LGBTQ plus. Another 40% of books that were requested to be removed in 2022 had main characters of color or were written by individuals of color. So I know this is New Hampshire. We are not a diverse state. Nashua is the most diverse of all of the cities in New Hampshire, and our diversity is low. About half of our kids are non-white or partially non-white. It is very important to me as a member of the Board of Education, but also as a parent and a representative of my community, to ensure that we do not pass any type of state law that would marginalize or silence the voices of the people in my community. Kids deserve to read books about others that look and experience things like them.
Thank you. Are there willing to take questions? Questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bruce Burke?
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you, citizen legislatures. We know how hard you work. My name is Bruce Burke. I live in Pittsfield. I'm a retired teacher of about 40 years. So many things have been brought up this morning. I'm going to go in a different direction, I think, but I am talking about this bill. So one of the things I've done in retirement is I'm approaching my 4th year on a CASA case. I have 3 children. 2 of them have IEPs. One of them has a 504. And maybe 10 days ago, we just had a meeting about this child's 504. Myself, the foster mom, the principal, the teacher, 3 specialists. I am talking about this bill. Please don't think that I'm losing track here. Tremendous effort put into one child. And when I asked the foster mother after the meeting if there were other kids in the class like her foster daughter, she said there are at least 4 more. And the point that I'm trying to make is our teachers are working incredibly hard. They're exhausted. I would say they're overwhelmed by the last 2 or 3 years. And it feels like, perhaps for good intention, but it feels like to me that we continue to have a series of bills that come before this committee that say we do not value teachers, we don't trust teachers. And so when I look at this bill and I read it and the process makes some sense to me, I think what we're doing again is we are jeopardizing the future of teaching in New Hampshire, because who's going to come look for a job in this state if this bill becomes law on top of a decisive language bill, on top of perhaps a loyalty oath bill? What happens to young people who are looking to become educators? I'm afraid they're not going to come to New Hampshire. And I think we already know there's a teaching crisis in New Hampshire in terms of staffing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that testimony. I just wanted to clarify, are you suggesting that if we were to prohibit, as this bill were to say, obscene books in the classroom and prohibit the teaching of critical race theory, that teachers being trained in teachers' colleges would choose not to come and teach in this state?
I think what I'm trying to say is I don't want to intimidate young people who are pursuing a career in education. I don't want to take too much time because it's been discussed. I mean, obscenity, we could disagree around the margins. I think most of us can agree on what's obscene, right? But what I'm trying to say here is if we put too many roadblocks to teachers, they aren't going to stay in the profession. It just becomes discouraging for them. Not to be redundant, I mean, these people I met with last week, they're exhausted trying to deal with this child and other children. And so really, I think we should be talking about pay increases and how do we recognize teachers? But that's a different subject for a different day.
another important subject though.
Yeah.
Further questions? No. Representative, yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that it's not only bills like this, but the fact that they carry criminalization and felony convictions that probably chill the teacher into even coming close to the borderlines or in experimenting with anything?
So I read the bill twice. I think I understand it. Then I thought I heard a different interpretation over here earlier. But as I read the bill, I thought that there was, after process, perhaps criminalization involved. I think that would be chilling. And if I'm in a faculty where a colleague has been brought up to trial, whether there was a guilty plea or not, I'd be intimidated.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you. Very brief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the testimony again. I understand the issue around a criminal penalty, but to draw a contrast, if somebody were to walk up to a child at a playground and show them the content that is in some of these books, could they possibly expect to have police involved in a charge?
You want me to put on my police hat now? Here's where I'm not going to disagree with you. I, as a parent, as a former educator, as, I think a pretty normal human being, we have to be careful about there are things that obviously that our kids should not be seeing. I guess I defer to the comments earlier in the day. I think the school boards and the principals and the teachers, we have to trust them to make the right decision. If there's a 1% of who aren't, then I think there are ways to go after that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Further? Thank you very much. Joseph Marquette?
Hello, thank you for hearing me. My name is Joseph Marquette. I am a teacher in New Hampshire. I'm a teacher back in New Hampshire after I didn't teach in New Hampshire for 10 years because of the homophobia that was alive in New Hampshire. I did begin my career here, but then I left. But then I came back because New Hampshire was trying to figure itself out a little bit and showing some human decency to human beings. I don't have anything prepared per se because I came here to be available to you. So just for clarity, talk about teachers getting paid. I get a bonus if I don't take my personal days, but what happened to me as a gay child was horrible. Horrible. And I will stay here with you as long as you would like, because I fought for my marriage in these buildings. I've been put to shame in front of people publicly in this state so much in my life that if you want to sit here, I'll cry. I'm going to be kind of gross. It's okay. But I'm here to fight for kids because nobody fought for me. Nobody gave me information. The lack of that information led to a story that's worthy of a bad movie I would never want to see. I show up every day. I am working on my 3rd graduate qualification. I hold 4 teacher certifications. I'm qualified for 2 more. My student during COVID was the only American student that was permitted, or how do you say in English, entered into the most prestigious Latin immersion program in Europe. Full scholarship, all expenses paid, through COVID. I bring quality to this school every single day. I'm leading 14 teachers through a master's program after they work all day. One of them is our librarian, who's covering my class right now because she is afraid to come here. Again, I've been beaten up by this state so much, I can just come and take it. She's afraid. She's a mama. She's being harassed. And that's not okay. But something we not be thinking about is that the kids know this is happening. They know you're throwing them around. They know you're debating them. They're hoping that some of you are kind. But they know that they're also homophobes. What is happening here is a cultural process. That's part of my scholarship. My first graduate degree is actually in queer theory. If you'd like to know and understand, I'm here for your questions. If you want to know what it's like to grow up without access to books, I can tell you about learning, trying to figure out whether or not I was going to hell because of the religious abuse I was raised in Barrington, New Hampshire, by a community of people who thought that they should raise children without any access to the world. So homosexuality was a, quote, sin that cried out to heaven for punishment. I was 14 years old, sneaking into my church library, which was the only place I had access to books, looking for something to find out as a 14-year-old healthy young man whether or not masturbation was actually going to get me to hell.
Excuse me, 3 minutes is just.
Could I have 1 more minute like the person who was talking about Donald Trump?
That's fine. That is.
Thank you kindly. So what I learned terrorized me. It also meant that I was not protected. Again, we don't have time, and I'm not really well prepared because I just decided to do this morning, and I gave up my who cares, all right? Teachers are poor to begin with. But I'm here for you. I'm sorry that I'm not presenting well. I have to fit all of my PTSD trauma through this. But if you would like to ask me questions about what's going on and what you're feeling, because people are putting, right now I'm hitting you with lots of emotions. That's called formal cultural response. It makes you feel formal cultural response. It's part of being a human being. Your formal cultural response is yours. I'm the world's biggest prude. I was going to be a priest. I just stopped watching, it's our 20th year anniversary. Sandman was this thing on Netflix with my husband. We decided it was just too rough. That is my choice. I raised 6 children in Portsmouth. They were safe because of the professionals in Portsmouth who kept them safe.
Excuse me, the time is come.
I am sorry.
So, are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much. Representative Belcher?
Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
awesome.
I know that you said your first graduate degree was in queer theory.
Yes.
Is that something you would advocate teaching in earlier grades, such as high school, elementary school, or middle school?
Well, so most people don't even know what queer theory is. Like most people don't know what socialism is. Like most people
Okay,
don't know it much.
I'm going to interrupt right here.
Oh, sure. Yes.
This is a bill that's dealing with a different topic than that question. So I'm going to disallow the question. And,
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Not, yes, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for asking me a question.
Thank you for being here. You mentioned that you were a parent to children here in New Hampshire.
Yes.
And the prime sponsor, when he introduced this bill, he said his intent was not to ban books. Actually, his intent was to give rights to parents. So I'd like to know if you could direct me to a point within the bill where it would take away your rights as a parent, as you said, to if you chose your children didn't want to view a certain material wearing here, this would prevent you from doing that. I would see this bill as giving more rights to parents.
I understand the bill is giving rights to parents to try to remove books such that they're not available to the children of other parents who want their children to have access to books. I also know that as a parent and as a child in New Hampshire, that there were standards in my family, and that those standards selected what I read. Active parenting takes care of this issue. That is what active parenting is for. So what we're doing when we allow reading material that is vetted by professionals nationally who work very hard in board review to be able to attain the qualifications which is what the librarians do. They have entire data networks, and then they read all of the reviews that are put forward by professionals. When we have that available to children, they are made safe. Now, children who don't want to read a book because they do not feel that need psychologically, they open the first page, they go, yeah, not for me, and they put it down. And isn't that child perhaps lucky? Who knows? Maybe the bill has to do with abuse. No, excuse me, the book. But for the child who needs to know that there's a word for something, and then needs to know how to be safe, that book can save a life. When we take away children's ability to read books, or parents' trust in schools that those things are there that they need, we limit the processes of our democracy.
May I ask a follow-up, please?
No, we're not going to. We are really
Thank you.
well behind in our schedule today. I appreciate your coming today and taking and giving us testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last pink card we have is Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak here for a couple minutes. I'm Representative Sellers from Grafton 18. I represent Bristol, Alexandria, Bridgewater, Hebron, Groton, Orange, Dorchester, Grafton itself, and Canaan and Enfield. I've been working with the Department of Education as far as through a workshop and stuff. And some of the stuff that's coming up today is a process as far as how a parent goes about bringing a complaint. And I think that's one thing that this bill, and I am supporting this bill, well, it actually does. It brings a standard as to a complaint and how the appeal would go. So I think having that standard statewide is a good thing. Another representative brought up the challenge as far as the, excuse me for a second, the American Library Association complaints for 1,597 books. I do have the top 10 challenge books right here. I'm not going to show it. It is, anyways, I do have it here if someone does want it. Point I'm making here is those books have been challenged. And then he said there was even more in 22. And the problem is we, the people, are finding problems within the school, and probably most likely the school library is more than the actual classroom itself. So the libraries themselves, I don't know if they have a mission statement, but if they do, they should be really honing that mission statement to the core subject of this for the students to learn even more. All right, at that point. I don't think anybody's really trying to ban books. The kids can actually go to local libraries or outside or at home and search these up if that's what they want to do on the internet, or even order them on Amazon if that's the point, if they want to. So as far as the school goes, they want to make sure it's age appropriate. In a lot of cases, it is not. And that's part of the problem. What might be good for a 12th grader is not good for a 9th grader. All right, or a 9th grader is not good for a 7th grader. So, and that's what's happening in our schools. So, all right, I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. How many of those communities that you represent have libraries outside of the school?
I would absolutely say at least 2, no, probably 3 or 4, at least. Enfield, I'm sure, does have one. I know Bristol absolutely has one. And I would think Alexandria was probably another, if not Bridgewater, and also Canaan.
Yeah. Further questions? Thank you. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing that we have today on 514, and we're going to take a break here, come back and open up one bill. But let's take a break so everybody can stretch a little bit. We've been sitting for quite a while. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the next hearing we have. That is on 604, relative to reading specialists. Recognize Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. Yeah, right.
I don't think I'm going there. The only place I'm going is Haverhill to retire.
For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. I'm not sure where the press went, but this bill is relative to reading specialists. We've talked about this a little bit in prior days. Reading specialist is in statute now, but it is related to contract services for a reading specialist. This just opens it up for the department to employ a staff member who would be a reading specialist. So it's very simple. It's something requested by the department because they do have someone who is serving in that role. So the statutes should conform to practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cascadden.
A brief one, thank you. Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Do you think there still is a need to maintain that contracted services of a reading specialist?
Who knows? Thank you for the question. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future, so I don't think it's bad to leave it in there because it could be something needed in the future, and we wouldn't have to modify the statute again at that point.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Whitcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Glenn, is this going to add an additional staff person? They have one, the DOE has one now, right?
I believe that was the testimony that we heard the other day.
Okay.
But I think there is someone from the department here who could offer technical assistance if so desired.
I'm not sure it's technical. The question is this going to add a second position?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Does DOE have an answer to that in terms of reading curriculum, reading coordinator, specialists, et cetera, that might be at the department?
Good morning, Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support for the Department of Education. We currently have an English Language Arts Education Consultant position within the department that currently exists. We were able to luckily hire somebody that has a lot of extensive experience and meets the requirements of the reading specialist. So we would like to be able to have her serve in that capacity and meet the requirements of the RSA. As stated earlier, we do want the ability to have the flexibility if the unfortunate event happens that we no longer have that person on staff to be able to then contract out for those services.
So is that, Representative Cascadden, get towards where you asked that question? Go ahead.
Thanks, it's brief. So that person, if they have all of those sharp skills that you admire in the person, is there potential for that person to become certified as a reading specialist as well?
That person is currently certified as a reading specialist, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. So this, the current ELA consultant, is that a contract service or is that a
It's a staff position.
staff position? Okay. So would the bill add an additional staff position as a reading specialist?
No, it would just allow us to meet the requirements of the RSA by having that person can serve in that capacity.
Okay. Would the ES? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Would the ELA consultant position as a position be eliminated?
No, it would just be that those responsibilities and duties would be rolled into that position.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Further question, Representative Cascadden.
would that person be responsible to inventory the schools that don't screen for dyslexia or provide professional training to those that need it?
Correct.
Thank you.
Within your department, do you have a specific job description for this person that's going to be now put in a position of reading specialist?
Yes, I do. I can provide that to the
Thank you.
committee.
Thank you. Beach to it. Further questions? Well,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Have a good afternoon or rest of the morning. Are there any other pink cards that we've received here on this particular bill? Not seeing any, we're going to close this hearing. Well, we have a little time, so let's try to slip into the next one as well. That is, excuse me, 623, establishing a teacher candidate loan forgiveness program. Is that Representative Myers' bill?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd. Thank you for this opportunity to present this bill. My name is Mel Myler, and I represent Merrimack 9, the lovely towns of Hopkinton and Bow. I would like to have you look at the amendment and forget the original bill. So I would like to move. I'm not sure the appropriate procedure is to move the amendment, and I'll explain why.
Well, you don't have to move it. You
All
can
right,
just
okay.
talk about it.
I will.
Then we will do that when we get an exec session.
A bit of a.
Do we have that amendment?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. A bit of a background for the committee. Last year, you should have enough. We don't have enough?
I have only one.
How many are we short?
Well,
Probably about 4.
4 short. Okay, I'll get those for you for the. Okay, yeah. Just a bit of a background. Last year, there was a work group that worked on the issue of teacher shortage. The members of that committee was myself, Representative Ladd, Representative Ford, Senator Kahn, and Senator Ward. Senator Kahn was the chair of that committee. And we spent time looking at the issue of teacher shortages within the state. Last year, when we started the school year, we discovered that there was significant teacher shortages around the state. And we had various people come before us to talk about the need to do something about the teacher shortage. And as a result of that, this bill, I presented this bill to try to address the issue of shortages primarily in teacher certification areas as well as rural areas, because that was a focus that we looked at in the committee. And this is a loan forgiveness program that would allow teachers who work in identified teacher shortage areas as well as rural areas to, when they work in these areas, a graduated way of reimbursing loans that they might have had to get their teaching certificate. You will note on the second page, it talks about the graduated nature of the loan forgiveness, so that if a teacher were to be working the first year, they could get a $1,500 $2,500 up to $4,500, or a total of $12,000 loan if that was their loan. And it's important to note that I did this in a way to try to make sure that hopefully if folks are in these particular areas that are identified by the Department of Education, that they might stay there after being there for 4 years or 5 years, and to help significantly those that are underserved schools and rural schools and those schools that are in short supply of teachers in the areas of sciences, math, etc. And it should be noted that the department does identify shortage areas, and they would be the ones that would be able to significantly indicate for school districts that could then, as they recruit new teachers, they can say, if you come to teach here, for example, you have this potential for a loan reimbursement if they work in the school districts. So that's really what this is all about. And it's I will also say that there's a similar bill that is working its way through the Senate that basically addresses the same issues that both Representative Ford and Representative Ladd and I worked on over the summer. So that's basically the introduction of this. And I will say that the initial bill, not that I want you to look at it, but the initial bill was to have the loan forgiveness to come through the university system. And as I was talking with the university representatives, they said really they don't have the capability of doing this. And further, this really opens it up to many more students, because it was primarily focused, the original concept was focused on those individuals going through the UNH system. This would allow teachers from any system, any school that had a loan that would work in these primarily priority areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Myler, we've discussed this question before. You've got a tiered system for over the 4 years for the incentive award. What happens for the individual, let's say, that comes and takes a job from, you graduate at UMass Lowell, comes across and and that's perfectly acceptable if they're working here, but then they cut bait after 1 year and leave, but they took their incentive grant for it. Should there be a time where you come in and stay and then you collect your, the funding for your loan forget? I know that doesn't help with interest and all that, but maybe it would ensure that somebody comes and stays in our state rather than coming and, then leaving.
Well, I think that's always a possibility you have with any employment. We don't have indentured servitude here, trying to get people just to stay here. But I think this was just an attempt to try to meet the initial needs of school districts that could use this as a recruitment process for their vacancies.
Yeah. Further question, Representative Petronell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Myler, for taking my question. Do we have any idea how many teachers might be availing themselves of this opportunity? I'm just trying to get an idea of how many underserved, what was the word? Critical shortages we have in the state.
Thank you for the questions. Very good. When we were dealing with this in the summertime, we did a survey of superintendents, et cetera, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but there was significant numbers at that time of trying to recruit people to go into these specific areas that are mentioned in the bill. So I'm sorry, I don't have the figure, but believe me, that was a big deal when we started schools, because at many schools that did not have teachers because of the shortages, and they weren't really filled until later into the fall of the year. Thank you.
Representative Lucas?
I'm wondering if you, following on to previous comment and knowing what's done a lot of times in industry, would you be amenable to putting off this for a year or two before you start paying back, to encourage teachers to better encourage teachers to actually stay, rather than this within 4 years, all of the money has been paid off, and
I've not really thought about that. It's a new concept. According to what Representative Ladd said, my basic concern was trying to meet the immediate need that school districts were saying that they needed to have at the moment.
Thank you.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Myler. I love this concept. I've actually been asked for it by constituents who teach in Claremont, and that is a district that frequently loses teachers to better paying schools in other geographies, sometimes still in New Hampshire. In your intro, you commented about, I believe in the original version of the bill, also having an incentive program for teachers who teach in subject matter areas where we have a critical shortage. And I'm trying to read and listen at the same time. I may have missed it, but I don't think that's in the amendment.
When you look at critical shortages, it would be both for rural and those highly needed subject matters. I mean, we've talked about science, math. There are the others that we've looked at.
Science, math, special education.
Right, special
and
ed.
technology.
Right, and technology too, yeah.
So that is included here?
Yeah, and it should be. I mean, I think it is, because the Department of Education basically identifies those high need areas, and this would be focused on those high need areas as well as the rural issue too. And underperforming schools is another issue here, and the department also indicates which those are underperforming schools too. So it's the high need areas that we're looking. That's the intent of this bill.
Representative Ford, and then Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Have you become aware of, since our committee meetings before in which we went through these things, that there has developed a motion to create different levels of teacher certifications that include the various steps of paras, and therefore this would help the process of recruiting paras as teachers because they would then qualify for that?
I'm not aware of that.
That's being floated, and I don't know how far along.
I've not heard anything about
Since our meeting, I've become aware of it. And so I think that would tell you again that there are still more people thinking there's need. It applies particularly to recruiting speakers of other languages who may have degrees already, and they're discovering that these people can be appointed to emergency kinds of certification positions and things of that.
I know there are ways to have emergency certification, but that's not really
Right,
the
it's not
intent of
that
this bill.
part.
Right.
But the same body of people tends to fall into this category, is my point.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. Very important. I have a question about, is there a minimum number of classes per day? So let's say I'm a health teacher and I can teach 2 science classes, even though I'm not certified in science. Did you just say you have to be certified in the science or you have to be teaching the classes?
I think the intent here is that you have to be it talks about being a certified teacher in their particular discipline or the level that you're working at. The bifurcation of the assignment, I'm not sure how that would relate to this.
I'm just envisioning maybe, oh no, I guess I'll have to follow up. Never mind. I'm good.
I'm sure prior to getting to executing this, we'll have Mr. Appleby in here.
Yeah.
And because there are a lot of alternative pathways, high school certification, of course, you're certified and taking the practice in a specific area, but you can teach outside that for a course or two, as long as it's not over 50% of the time, I believe. So there's a lot there that we can inform you about.
I'd also say that Mr. Appleby was also part of the study group that we had.
Absolutely, yeah. He's a member of that, a non-voting member. Right. Question for you, Representative Myler. We got the rural underperforming school, rural school districts, underperforming school. We have some schools that are in poverty areas, but their achievement scores may be fine. They're not underperforming, but they can't attract teachers because they don't have the wherewithal to pay the teachers. So there's an additional shortage there. So we might want to look at that in terms of how do we make sure that shortage can get into that type of district as well.
Very good, yes.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. I'm just wondering, in a bigger picture, we have many careers that have shortages around the state, even advanced welding, et cetera. How do we as a general court determine which careers should have a loan forgiveness program?
Are you talking beyond the school districts or within the?
Yes, just generally for the many careers that have shortages. How do we prioritize? How do we determine which careers get a loan forgiveness program?
I don't have an answer to that question.
Very complicated issue this is. Representative Cornell?
I think Chairman Ladd, when you were asking about the economic disadvantage, or I forget if it was Rep. Meller, and line 4 on page 2 says economic disadvantage of the school based on eligibility for funds pursuant to Title I. So wouldn't that be the economically disadvantaged area also? So be rural, economically disadvantaged, and underperforming?
I was thinking of a Manchester.
I think we hit B and C.
Well, probably all, but but there's a number of communities, and what I was talking about, some of the communities which are small, but they just can't attract. I live in one where we cannot compete with Lebanon or Hanover down the river, and so we're all of a sudden we're talking now in our budget coming up. How much do we have to put in the budget for labor costs to attract people to our community? I think that's very typical in the North Country. They're undergoing that everywhere. So we got to address that. We have a shortage. The biggest shortage we had this year was 800 paraprofessionals in the state. That was number one. But then it came down those other three, and you add CT in it was technology. Further questions for, yes, Representative Peternell.
Thank you. Is this not something that could be taken care of at the local level through the local school budgets? I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, I think obviously local school districts are looking at this as they try to recruit people. I think the intent here is to provide another arrow in their quiver, so to speak, that they could then go to a potential applicant and say, we fall under this category and there is a forgiveness program. It's interesting too that Representative Ladd and I were kind of competing about this the other day, that when we were going to school, there was an NDA loan a national defense loan, that many of us who were going to be teachers basically took out that loan. And then there was a loan forgiveness on that program based upon the numbers of years you taught. This is not the same thing, but it's in the same spirit, because at that point in time, there was a problem, as we have now with recruiting teachers. So thank you.
Further questions? Not saying thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Hawkins. Still morning, so good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm very aware that I may be the last person between you and lunch, so I'll try and be brief. For the record, Brian Hawkins, NEA New Hampshire. Representative Myler captured a lot of the introduction that I was going to cover already with regard to the committee that looked at this as one piece of the puzzle in trying to address the teacher and educator shortage that we face. As you aptly pointed out, there's teachers, and then there's also the other staff in the school that are just as important, and we need to be addressing that as well. I think the piece that I would add is, as a state, we are competing with our neighbors, other states in the country, and we are seeing a lot of states that are adopting these types of programs to incentivize through, and one of those central components is this kind of loan repayment concept. The amendment that Representative Myler brought in looks very similar to a law passed in Idaho, which had the graduated increase. And at least from the reports that I've seen from that state, there was a lot of interest in applying for and participating. And the other piece I would add is that this concept is not something that would be new to the state of New Hampshire either. In the area of healthcare, we have the state loan repayment program that is through the Division of Public Health. That was expanded significantly with the assistance of ARPA dollars, but the program did exist prior to that. And so I think this is something that we can do, and would be more than happy to work with the committee to produce a good product, because as I said, our neighbors are doing this, and it's important that we keep up so that we can compete for that workforce. So with that, I'll close my testimony and happy to answer any questions.
Representative Lekes?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I know there's all kinds of negotiations and whatever with schools and teachers, and I'm wondering if, rather than doing loan forgiveness, can we give bonuses for staying at a particular school, or is that something in the same amounts? Is that something that is going to cause problems with the teachers union?
Well, I see the concept of what Representative Mallard talking about was really, it's sort of more a repayment specifically on the loans. And so I almost see it as a similar situation, that you're giving essentially bonuses for a specific thing. And I think the benefit of this is the quicker you pay off those loans, the greater value that is to the individual, and that there's not a added potential interest. And so, and I think the other piece is there are school districts that do offer. I wouldn't be able to cite them right now, but I know that there are schools that have programs in place similar to this, but. One of the things that we heard in the shortage committee was the varying degrees with which school districts throughout the state, have the flexibility to do this. We heard from a couple of superintendents in that committee, some of which talked about this along the lines of the rural challenge. Is I think it was a superintendent from Newport who cited, they need additional help in attracting a young person to relocate to Newport. And so I think this concept kind of goes to that, particularly because of the graduated increases over a period of several years. If they're going to stay longer, they're also more likely to stay there and more likely to succeed as an educator. And that was we heard that from I think both of the superintendents that day who testified before the study committee.
The other superintendent from Manchester, we have testified.
Yes, and I think from Monadnock too. I think
Monadnock as well. That's right. Yeah. You did a comparison to other departments or agencies of the government, HHS. When I drive by Grafton County Nursing Home, Glencliff, there's a sign seeking LNAs. We will pay for your LNA certification. So is this so different that or so new that our other areas of government, as you alluded to, doing something similar to attract? And then another question to follow up. How is the four-year system helping us out on this? Many states will say, you come and we'll pay for your master's program if you go teach out there in this school district. You come out with a master's paid for. I lived in a state where that occurred.
Right.
Have you heard of that occurring anywhere else in the country?
Yeah, so I'd be happy to. I have I had just for reference and for questions a paper copy, but it really has links to it, and so with other states and what they do. So I'd be happy. I was intending on sending that to the committee for you to look at what some other states are already doing in that
We
area.
appreciate that.
Yep. And then, as I said, there are individual school districts that do some form of this, maybe not exactly the way the proposal is here, but yeah, as we've said, there's all kinds of ways people are trying to compete for the workforce. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Just to follow up to you, Representative White, DHHS did do a host of money that's used for retention, the same concept of maintaining their staff in nursing areas, nursing homes and hospitals out of the ESSA funds as well as police departments. So the concept is the same.
That was in the omnibus bill last year when we had a committee conference. And I remember fighting for Glenncliff to have them have that money to back pay for what they needed and to provide these incentives.
And Division of just and quick comment on that. And Division of Public Health does that program that I referenced earlier. I believe does have a focus on rural communities because of the critical access hospital needs, and so I had a chance to have an extensive conversation with the now former director there, and it was very helpful in terms of information on how they structured that program. So.
Just a note, this is not a question, but we're also seeing the demographic, the four-year systems like UNH, Keenan, and Plymouth, where participation, especially UNH and the Department of Education, where they're getting their teacher's ticket, enrollment is declining.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes. Pardon me?
Just in Plymouth or Keene?
No, in UNH, we're seeing fewer students challenged to go into the education field now for numerous reasons, but salary is a huge part of that puzzle. Yeah. Representative Damon.
Thank you. I perhaps should have asked this of Representative Myler, but maybe it fits here. I'm wondering if there was any discussion or consideration of a situation, so a teacher perhaps has taught already for 2 years in a district and one that would qualify, and is now looking to move to a district that pays $10,000 more. Is there any way for it to be built into the bill for people in that situation to have reimbursement for their first 2 years that occurred before this bill passes?
I think so. So I think that'll be helpful in the when I send you the different ways states have structured these, because there are various ways that they have done that, including I think along the lines of what you're referring to.
Sort of retroactive.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I know this is a money incentive and it's really good, but how much of a money incentive keeps teachers at a school versus the culture of the school and how they're treated, and in general, how the teaching profession is viewed in New Hampshire? We had a speaker here, I don't know if you were here before, when he was talking about how, the disrupting the education system every way you can, and going after teachers with various bills that he mentioned. Does that affect teacher retention? Do you think it's a balance with the money? I mean, I wasn't in teaching for money.
Absolutely, I think it does. It's many people obviously have gone into the profession knowing what the salary prospects are as a public school educator, and do it for many reasons. One of the things that we've seen nationwide and in New Hampshire, and as we survey our membership, is the percentage of which that has increased in thinking about leaving the profession altogether or retiring early, and a lot of that does have to do with the environment. Yes.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. We don't have any further pink cards, so we're gonna close down testimony on this hearing, and we're gonna break for lunch. And let's be back here. How much time do you need? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock's good. Yeah, I gotta go do the scheduling.
You got to schedule lunch.
Yeah, yeah.
So 5:29.
No, what we'll do on 5/29, we're gonna take some time on the 13th. And where we'll schedule maybe a work session or something where people can go different directions and work on different things, and we can go talk back.
We've got a quick exec on Friday morning, 5:77.
Yeah.
1.5, 2.5, 3.5.
Yeah.
Do you want to entertain that?
Representative Ford. Thank you.
While we're kicking it off? Just so that we can continue to work with the department to see what the student ADM is at those different splits.
It happens.
The 9 a.m.
Increasingly, it happens.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
That's the 1.5.
Yeah, we need to have him. I need.
I mean, I can't.
We talked about it, yeah.
I can't vote for it.
No, not right now, because,
Yeah, but I don't want to vote against it.
but, yeah, because it's a thing that really needs our attention. We
Yeah,
talked
well,
about
I
that.
want to get the data so that you can see how that looks when looking
Yeah.
against 540.
I don't know what order.
You could spend it this year. You could, if you had something to spend it. Yeah. $1 million you could. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They should be able to just fill that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Which bill's up here right now?
563.
Is that yours?
Yep.
Can you open it up and do it? I got, Lindsay's trying to find the bill out there, and I got 435.
Okay.
Go ahead, open her up, and I'll be in as soon as I can get in.
Okay. I think we're back for lunch, and we'll try and get back on schedule a little bit. First on the docket for this afternoon will be House Bill 563 relative to the adoption of school administrative unit budgets. And I see the prime sponsor, Representative Sellers, coming to the microphone.
All right, good afternoon, committee, and thank you for the time to speak. John Sellers, Grafton 18, representing Grafton 18. This bill is, it looks long and wordy, but really it's pretty simple. It's all it's trying to do is take, you have a budget for a school budget, and all they want to do is overall is take the SAU, the administrative part of it, and put it into a separate warrant article. So as you vote on the budget as a warrant article, they want to put the SAU, the administration unit, or like all the administrators, the SAU, the superintendent, and all the other folks there that make up the SAU office, right? So it keeps it, that way they can easily see, how much is it costing me on the administrative side versus how much it's cost me on the actual school side. And when you have co-ops, you also have, maybe 3 different SAUs that you're looking at. And then some districts like ours, we only have one SAU, and it's not as big a deal, but it's, it's easier for anybody to look in line by line to figure out what's costing what. So that's one part of this. The other part is basically, where am I on page 2 here? If anybody knows about default budgets, SB2, you have a proposed budget and a default budget. So both budgets are presented. The default budget is there in case the proposed budget never gets voted or voted down, let's put it that way. So the default budget is always last year's plus or minus adjustments at that point. So that's really what the 2 is, page 2 for. And then the last part of that on page 3, or maybe the bottom page 2 and page 3, it's just the process of balloting and how that's going to work and making sure the ballots are tracked and given to the right person and so on. So I'm not going to take up a lot of time. I just want to leave that with you, and I know somebody else is going to speak to this as well.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Representative Balboni.
Hi, thanks. I have a couple questions because I had represent towns that have an SAU. Does this apply? It says for districts without an annual meeting. Does this also apply to SB2 towns?
So I'm going to let the other person speak to that because I know there's one part in here, and I did read it, and I'd have to read it over again, that specifically says something about that. So.
Oh, I just.
Oh. Yeah.
It's a separate question.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're essentially pulling this SAU portion out of each town's budget within the SAU, and then it's going to be voted on separately for each town. What happens if it's rejected?
So that's the part on page 2 here where you have, let's look at lines 13, 14, 15, 16, right in there. You know, it talks about the adjusted budget, all right, at that point. So you always have the proposed budget, and then you always have a backup budget, which is always the last year's budget. No matter what, they would always get the same amount they actually worked with last year, bottom line, plus or minus any adjustments. Like if one administrator, they said, well, we're not keeping administrator, then that budget would be down on the, what I call the default budget or the adjusted budget. So there's very little adjustments that go on that secondary budget at that point, all right? The proposed budget is saying, you know, it's the administrator saying, or, you know, the SAU superintendent saying, all right, well, we need a raise for this person, this person, this person, this person, and we're also hiring our new administrator to do X, Y, Z. So this is our proposed budget. At this point, say $1 million, but now the old one could actually say, the default budget could actually say, hey, you're at 900,000, because that's what it took to run the administrative part of the school last year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I have 2 questions also. The first one is, why do we need this bill?
It's really for clarity. It's really allowing the voters to see how much the administrative side of the school budget's costing. And it's, you know, and like I said, when you have only one administrative unit, like our district does, it's pretty easy to figure that out. But when you have 3, because you might have 3 SAUs all combined as a co-op, so when you separate it out like that, now they're able to vote on just the administrative side and just the school side. But no matter what, they both get an amount. They'll never be 0.
My second follow-up.
Yeah.
My second question is also in those lines that you were on page 1, I guess it is, starting at 13. You have the apportionment at half and half, and a lot of the co-ops aren't half and half on average daily enrollment and equalized value. So why in this one does it go to half and half?
So let me just
The
get up.
apportionment.
Where are you reading
The
from?
apportionment shall be based on half the average daily membership and half on the most recently available equalized evaluation.
Okay. So instead of me answering that question, I don't know the specifics on that, okay? And I don't want to say, I would hope to believe that it could be all ADM or 50-50 or 100, at 100%. So I don't want to answer that. I'm going to leave it to the next person to answer if that's okay.
Sure, that's just not the way co-ops work.
Okay.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So on page 2, where you were referencing the proposed budget versus the default budget, lines 13 to 18. So what happens if communities don't all vote the same way? So one community may approve the new budget that's presumably more than the default budget, and another community doesn't, then the funding of the SAU is compromised.
Yes, I see your point. And instead of me answering that, I'm going to leave it to the next person because he actually deals with multiple SAUs within the co-op. Mine's only a single, so it makes it a little bit harder for me.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question. I need to be totally upfront. As a former school administrator, this makes me nervous. Because I see the isolation of administrators out there, and sometimes that has a difficult term with people in the community. But you didn't isolate athletics, you didn't isolate learning community, you didn't isolate media services, you didn't isolate art and drama, you isolated administrators and everyone else. And that makes me nervous for those folks that are in the administrative career track or working in the schools, that every time it's going, well, we'll just cut administrators, versus look at the budget and make a budget decision. Am I reading this right? Am I in the wrong street altogether, or is that the intent?
Well, no, I don't think the intent of that way. The intent is realistically is to make sure there's clarity so all the voters can see how much the administrative part of the school district is costing versus the school district, you know, the teaching part and the operation of the school district.
May I follow up, Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
One thing. So why wouldn't you isolate athletics and media services and have every segment out there so they can see very clearly what the cost was?
I would believe it. I know as far as in our budget, we have about 1,700 lines, and that is a line item I can actually identify.
Okay.
So when you have a co-op and you have three different SAUs, it's all together, and so you don't know as far as, well, this SAU is this and that one's this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman Cordelli.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Barrett Christina.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association. We are opposed to House Bill 563. There are a couple provisions in the bill that I think are convoluting two different areas of law. So, for example, I'm on page 1 of the bill, line 13. I'm sorry, I'll actually start at line 3. It says, at a meeting held before January 1st, the school administrative unit board for school administrative units comprising only one district. And then jumping down to page, and I'll wrap this up, I'll get to the point. And then line 13 on page 1, the provisions of this paragraph apply to school administrative units comprising 2 or more districts. Single district SAUs are considered just single districts. There's no provisions in RSA 194C that fully apply to single district SAUs. I'm trying to think. Berlin is a single district SAU. Salem is a single district SAU. Manchester is a single district SAU. Hopkinton is a single district SAU. Just Derry is a single district SAU. Wakefield is a single district SAU. Hudson is a single district SAU. Concord is a single district SAU. Just trying to no, you're with Dunbarton these days. So, single district SAUs, the provisions of the SAU budget found in RSA 194C don't apply to single district SAUs, and that is in 194C3. 194C3, single district school administrative units exemption. Single district school administrative units shall be considered the same as a single school district and shall be exempt from the meeting requirements of this chapter, except that they shall provide superintendent services pursuant to RSA 194C4. So the language in the first parts of the bill where it's talking about this is what a single district SAU has to do. Single district SAU has a budget. There's no SAU budget where you're carving out the administrators and the SAU staff and your special ed director and things of that nature. This is also reaffirmed in RSA 194-1A. This is the school district statute, RSA 194-1A, single district school administrative units. As provided in RSA 194C3, single district school administrative units shall be considered the same as single school districts. So, and I'm jumping over then to page 2, line 8, paragraph 4A. Excuse me. The provisions of this paragraph apply to districts with an annual meeting. Oh, then that would sort of loop it back around to districts that are a single district SAU that have an annual meeting, like the districts I just mentioned, say for Berlin and Manchester, where they would be doing this. A single district SAU would, I think, be having 2 budgets then, which doesn't make sense. That's not what happens. A single district SAU has a single budget. Doesn't carve out the administrative costs. You can do that by looking at the line items within your budget that you'll have to post online and make public before your public hearing. The other aspect why this bill, NHSBA believes this is unnecessary. I'm jumping to RSA 194C9, B and C. 194C9A has an alternative budget procedure and a method of adoption where if you don't want to just put it within the SAU budget within your regular district operating budget, there's provisions in B and C, RSA 194CB. I'm going to start over with that. I apologize. 194C9A, alternative budget procedure, and then 194C9B, alternative, but also an alternative budget procedure. The voters of the SAU can adopt a provision where the SAU budget already goes on to your local district warrant article as a separate article, where instead of just combining the SAU budget and your operating budget, it goes on as a separate warrant article and the towns collectively have to approve it. So to some degree, that's what this bill is doing by saying you have to put the budget on as a separate warrant article for your SAU, and it has to be approved by the majority of the voters within those communities. What the current law doesn't have is the sort of default budget provision, but if the voters want to put their SAU budget on as a separate warrant article in their communities, they can already do that. They don't need the statute to do that. That's already allowed. So those are NHSBA's, I guess, primary concerns with the bill. The language in the bill about a single district SAU having to comply with these budget processes, that's not how this works. I mean, there's already a method in law that allows voters to do this, to put it out as a separate warrant article and then vote on it separately if they want. So with that, I'm conclude my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I have two questions. One, can you define for us what administrative costs would be? That's one.
Right.
And secondly, can't currently, if somebody wants to know what the administrative costs are, in the development of once you define what the administrative costs are, can't the budget committee at that point in time then say, okay, let's call out those, and for those who want to know what the administrative costs are, then they would be available. I mean, isn't that already available? My two questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions, Representative Myler. To one degree, what I think I might ask is, I mean, I'm not familiar with sort of the DRA line item budget forms that school board members have to put together, but so some of you might be familiar with it. Is there a line item for your SAU? If it's for your local budget, is there a line item for your SAU on the DRA form? There may, I don't know offhand. You'd be able to access the information that way. So you'd at least know, aside from defining administrative costs, you would know this school district, the Bow School District is paying this amount of money for SAU services, and the Dunbarton School District is paying this amount of money for SAU services. I mean, I presume an argument could be made that all administrative services would be everything that your SAU spends: salaries, paper clips, staples, toner. Some SAUs rent space. Some of it's often nominal, like $1 a year. The town will donate some space or whatnot. So, and I think I answered both your questions, Representative Myler. If I missed one, I'm happy to rehear it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have one more person to testify, Eric Power.
Thank you for having me, Education Committee. You work really hard and you have a schedule that always goes long. For the record, my name is Eric Power. I live in Brookline. I'm also the president of the School District Governance Association. I think I've talked to you guys about it before. It's former and current school board members and budget committee members from across the state concerned about responsible governance, prudent budgeting, and educational excellence. So I'm going to speak to you here a little today about, the bill, the motivation, give background and the solution. First of all, the history is that spending in public education is rapidly increasing nationwide and in New Hampshire. And a lot of the spending is on school administrators. It's driving much of this increase. Hillsdale College president published an article in November showing that the number of public school district administrators from 2000 to 2019 grew 79%, but we only added 9% more teachers. So 79% more administrators, 9% more teachers. Our State Board of Education member, Ryan Terrell, did a Union Lead-In editorial on January 2nd, talked about how the cost per pupil is up 77% adjusted for inflation, but teachers' salaries are only up 1% adjusted for inflation. The number of non-teaching staff, typically administrators, is up 80%, but the number of teachers in New Hampshire is only up 23%. So I don't think we're at a risk of having too few administrators. The other challenge is that administrators are the highest paid personnel that we have in our school district, and many of them are well into the six figures. So the challenge is that in many school administrators, not all, are employed by what we call the SAU, or the School Administrative Unit. These highest paid employees, there's examples of how much they get paid. You can go to the Department of Education site. I gave you the link here. We have 10 superintendents in the state that are making over $170,000. There's actually one making almost $193,000. There's 51 assistant superintendents, and we have 8 SAUs that have 2 or more assistants. So SAU personnel growth and SAU budget growth is a significant challenge, and we've had this happening despite falling student enrollment, as you're aware of from Department of Education. So to give a background, at most annual district meetings, the SAU budget is part of the school operating budget. So it's generally not talked about at an annual meeting. The SAU budget is actually, you can find it if you dig for it. Sometimes you can't find it. But where it comes from is, if you're not familiar with this process, in December every year, the SAU board, or the school board, if it's a single district, they approve an SAU budget. And that's that becomes your SAU budget. It's approved in December. Besides those members that are on the school board, it's not modifiable by voters. There is a provision for an adjusted budget. I'll talk about that in a second. So in multi-district SAUs, the SAU budget is apportioned to the member school districts. And I know there was a question that came up about that. The current law is that it's 50% average daily membership, 50% equalized valuation. That's current law. That's not being changed by this bill. That's the formula. It's the default formula for co-ops. That's what they use for SAU apportionment, if you want to call it that. In multi-district SAUs, so that the budget is then apportioned to the member school districts, so their apportioned part becomes part of each school district's operating budget as a line item. But the problem is, you typically cannot do anything about this as a voter. After that governing board sets that budget in December, it's pretty much there. You can't change it. You can't zero out as SAU budget line item. And if you do attempt to change that, it can just be moved around, because that's the way municipal budgeting works. There is a procedure that was talked about that is adoptable. It's RSA 194C9B and A, which is the adoption procedure. That is only available currently to multi-district SAUs. So you have to have, let me give you an example. So there's a little bit of confusion on SB2 towns and co-ops. So I'll use the example of where I'm from. I live in Brookline. We have a Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. I was on the school board there. We have a K-6 Brookline Elementary District, and we have a Hollis K-6 Elementary District. So we actually have 3 school districts. 2 of them are from each town, and actually one is a co-op, 7 through 12. Together, those 3 towns are under one SAU, SAU 41. So that's a multi-district SAU. In each of these, each school district is free to adopt SB2 or not. And in our case, the co-op and the Hollis School District are still traditional, and the Brookline School District is SB2. So that's kind of, hopefully that clarifies, and I'll answer questions more in that area. So we actually have adopted this procedure, and we use it. So on every current warrant, you will see an operating budget and you'll see a separate SAU budget. An SAU budget that's proposed, and then we have because we passed this, and it was not easy, we have also a what they call an adjusted budget, which is similar to the SB2 concept of a default budget. Last year's expenditures minus adjustments. However, so I mentioned this alternative budget procedure is only available for multi-district SAU. So if you're in a single district SAU, you can't have the budget pulled out. You can't vote on it. You don't have the option of an adjusted budget, which I think is unfair to those single districts for voters. So when you actually vote with the alternative procedure at every district meeting, it's a yes/no question. If it's a traditional meeting, it's a yes/no ballot at the annual meeting, and if it's SB2, it's on the official ballot. They just count up the ballots in Hollis, they count up the ballots in Brookline, and they count up the ballots for the co-op. They add them all up. If the yeses are greater than the nos, you have the proposed budget. If the yeses are not, then you have the adjusted budget. That's how it works. And that's the current procedure. So the idea on this bill, going on to this, is that SB 155 basically provides this procedure to all school districts, so that the SAU budget's a separate warrant article for all school districts. It'll be on their annual warrant. So you'll have an operating budget and then you'll have an SAU budget. We have that now because we've adopted the procedure. So I'm not doing it for my school district. I'm doing it for, the rest of New Hampshire that doesn't have this. There are a few school districts that have adopted it. So the SAU budget already exists, so there's not a lot of administrative work. There's not really much more effort. The real only thing that would be extra is determining your adjusted budget. That's really the amount of administrative work that would be put on SAUs for doing this. If you're a multi-district SAU, you're already doing the apportionment because you have to. So there's nothing new there. Let's see here. So there is one oversight that needs to be amended to this bill to deal with the case of the single district SAU, and I show it here down under solution. It's 194C colon 3, where we have to add in some language that a single district, if you choose to pass this bill and it becomes law, it needs to have this statement here because it needs to say that a single district SAU will have a public hearing on the SAU budget, and they will adopt a budget, and they will conduct budget voting. Because right now, without that language, they would not require, and I think you heard that that from the previous speaker. So really, the main reason we have this is to really give voters a choice and give more visibility to the SAU budget, because it's a challenge. We have a education spending problem, and you can see that a lot of it's being driven by administrators. They're not doing poorly at all. So this gives the voters in the town, in each school district, visibility as a separate warrant article, and also scrutiny and the ability to vote on it, so that whether you're in a single district SAU or a multi-district SAU, you can vote on your SAU budget, and that you have that say and help keep administrative costs under control. So I recommend ought to pass with the amendment, OTPA on 563, and I'll welcome any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So thanks for passing this around. And I notice in the first piece, you talk about a report from Hillsdale College presented by, I presume, an administrator, the president, there. So, maybe that's a superfluous position at Hillsdale. But really what I wanted to sort of go after is some of the rhetoric that's been repeated from Ryan Terrell's op-ed piece, which was just blatantly incorrect, but at worst misleading. And you're citing some statistics here. And I just want to ask you, when looking at teacher salaries up just 1% over a 20-year period, I think that's sort of blatantly laughable, because I think we've all been through district meetings where collective bargaining agreements come up for vote every 3-4 years, and And so, you know, that's even one of those collective bargaining agreements, at least as far as the salary schedule is concerned, would be more than just 1%, let alone over a 2-decade period. But the question to you would be, do you realize that that not all teachers make the same, and that when a teacher towards the end of their career may retire and maybe is replaced by a teacher earlier in their career, that newer teacher may be making less money? And would you call that paying teachers more or paying teachers less?
I'm not sure the relevancy of the question to this bill, but, you know, teachers, there's a pay scale. I'm familiar with that. I served on the school board, so I went through that whole process. We have numbers of years of experience and then educational track, and they make more money as they get more experience, as they move up in education. So the years, it's a pay table just like the military has, rank and years of service. You got educational level and years of service. So public school teachers, I don't think are getting as much pay raise in general as administrators. And so, you know, the purpose of this bill, really getting back to what it's about, is really to bring visibility to the SAU spending. And we certainly have seen that it's a lot of money that's going on, and each school district can determine what is right for their community to retain their superintendent, their business administrator, and to be competitive. But the point right now is, it's just the school board that decides that budget. The voters don't have any input unless you have adopted this alternative budget procedure, and single district SAUs have no choice. So you're leaving it up to the 5, 7, however many school board members are to determine what the administrators are being paid.
So, and follow up on that, because I think the relevancy of the question was challenged. And obviously, you must realize that the relevance that the question's relevant because you bring up the comparison of administrator cost versus teacher cost.
So the question is,
and so the question is, where's the question on this? When looking at the at making that comparison, where would you put staff such as paraprofessionals, school counselors, librarians, as well as where would you categorize SAU expenses that might include debt service or salary pool and things like that? Would that be on the SAU side or on the school side?
So SAUs cannot own property. SAUs cannot buy property. They have to get it by another means. So they don't really, what's in an SAU is primarily salaries and benefits and some, say I would say infrastructure like IT equipment and such. That's about all you're going to see there. The Hillsdale College article is actually referencing Department of Education data. So that's where that came from. So the school districts will have administrators that are in the school districts. We're not breaking that out. We're just breaking out all of the administrators that are in the SAU.
Representative Myler.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking my questions. I'll ask you the same question I asked before. How do you define administrative costs?
What is administrative costs is what is in the SAU budget line item today. It's defined on what the people that are in the SAU and their benefits and their pay. Administrative costs, there are administrative costs that are part of the school districts. That's not broken out. This is just for the school administrative unit only.
So, thank you. So you're basically dealing with whatever the administrative salaries are and benefits. That's how you define administration?
That's the way DRA defines anybody that's working for the SAU office that's not a member of this, not employed by the school district. There is some provisions for somebody who might be shared between an SAU. They might say 50% is SAU, 50% is the Brookline School District. Then they have to save it that way.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I think you seem to be looking for information that might guide you to inefficiency of some sort as a result of administrative growth. But my question on that is if administrative positions and costs are growing over a period of time, do we have any concept of what degree or percentage of that might be linked to federal requirements that are things we have to have in order to receive federal funding?
That's a good question. I'm sure that some of the requirements from the state and the federal government is driving the size of the SAUs, but I think that deserves to be scrutinized, and I've certainly done that where I live. You need to understand, why are you adding another administrator? You know, for example, where I'm at, our SAU had 9 people in it in 2007, and now it has 19. This is the last count I had. Now, and the population is down 15%. So, you know, and we've had the alternative budget procedure for a little while. So I don't know if it might have slowed it down some, but at least we have visibility. For example, they wanted to hire a compliance specialist, and that was part of the proposed budget, and it wasn't in the default budget. So anytime they add a person, they have to bring it in front of the voters, and they have to justify that we need this person because we have some federal program that we have to meet, we have some state program we have to meet, but the voters get to weigh in on it. In our case, because we have that budget procedure, if you're in a single district, you don't have that choice. So that's the point there.
Follow-up? Real quick follow-up. If we were to move forward with something like this, looking to pull this information out, do you think it would be useful for us to also know what percentage of these requirements are being driven by federal requirements?
I think that would be valuable.
Thank you.
Just getting back to the different ways, it seems as though it's already in the statute that multi-town districts can do exactly what your district did. So why do we need this if it's already available? Is this just pertaining to single district?
Good question. So adopting this alternative budget procedure is not a trivial matter. We had to put it on petition in the 3 school districts, and then had to get it approved separately in the 3 school districts, and then it became the same year, and then it became alternative budget procedure. The schools typically, administration don't like it because it puts more scrutiny on, so they can actually put a warrant article in to rescind it, and that's happened. Unfortunately, unlike some of the other things that we have available with school districts and municipalities, like adopting SB2 or adopting a tax cap, which we also have in Brookline, it's a 60% supermajority to adopt, and it's a 60% supermajority to rescind on both of those. Unfortunately, for this alternative budget procedure, it's 50-50, so it can go back and forth very easily. And it's not really an advantage to the voters. And it's happened in Timberlane. They had that problem where they had it for 1 year, and the school administration had the school board put it on, and it was rescinded the next year. And if you don't have a singles district, SAU has no opportunity.
Yes, follow-up.
Just a quick follow-up. But you keep referencing that the administrators are making the decisions when it's actually the 4, in my SAU, there's 4 towns with 4 different school boards that make those decisions, correct?
That's correct. So they're influencing the school board, but it's a matter of semantics. So, you know, our SAU governing board has 5 from Brookline, 5 from Hollis, 7 from the co-op. It's 17 members.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Do you have a citizen budget committee?
So for the SAU, it's a complicated question. So the co-op has a budget committee. The Hollis School District, Hollis Town has a budget committee. Brookline does not. We have a finance advisory committee. So there's no budget committee that oversees the SAU budget, if you're asking that question. It's just they try to take a couple people. They take somebody from the Brookline Finance, they take somebody from the co-op budget committee, and they take somebody from the Hollis budget committee, and they become an advisor. But there's no, they just advise on the SAU budget.
Does it follow?
Yes.
I thought you said before one of your intents of this bill was to make the SAU administrative budget more available to the public and to the voters. And aren't they getting, with the school board and the advisory budget committees that you do have, they could actually decide about weed it out and see what the administrative budget is and make some recommendations on that. I mean, it isn't like it's all hidden in the budget and nobody ever sees it. It seems like there's citizens that actually have the ability to see it and work with it. I know on my budget committee, we're with it for 2 or 3 months before it's put before the community. So I guess that's my question. Don't you think that there's people that do oversee the budget and the administrative budget as part of the voting public on these budget committees?
Yes, so I served on a study committee. I was the chair of a study committee to look at adopting a budget committee in Brookline, so I'm very familiar with budget committees. We did not ultimately adopt it, unfortunately, and I still think we need to. But the point is that there's no real authority. There's advisory authority for people to look at it. And the other challenge is, as I mentioned, the SAU budget is set in December, which means they're doing this kind of ahead of everything else, and it's decided on. I mean, it's usually right before Christmas. There was 2 years ago, it was between Christmas and New Year's. So there isn't the highest availability of voters. They're not in the mode of looking at budgets. There's just a few people on the budget committee, and it's an ad hoc thing. So doesn't have the same scrutiny. But in ours, I've had the benefit of having this budget procedure. So I've seen others that I've talked to that they have to go dig for the SAU budget. It gets apportioned and then it becomes a line item. And they have no say. They do not have any ability to have an adjusted budget. And single district SAUs have no choice at all. They just leave it in the hands of the school board, and the budget committee can weigh in on it, but they don't have any authority over it.
Okay.
And don't they have a public hearing on this where all those information comes out in spreadsheets?
I don't believe a single district SAU has to have a hearing. They're exempt from it per the RSA right now. The multi-district SAUs do have to have a hearing.
Even if they're an SB2 town?
Even if they're an SB2 town, because this is regardless whether you have an SB2 is really the wrong term because you have multi-districts, so there may be a mix of SB2 and traditional. It doesn't matter whether it's SB2 or traditional, and some SAUs have a mix like we do. It's really, it's just a hearing, and then that governing board makes the decision on a proposed budget and an adjusted budget if they have the alternative budget procedure. If you don't have that, current state of affairs is they just set a budget and it is what it is and no one can change it after that.
But just as a follow-up, but you can still get that information. Any voter could get that information.
If the voter's diligent enough, they can look for it and they can find it. It's not easy though. I just looked in the Nashua website trying to find the SAU budget and I couldn't find it. Single district SAU.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. 2 quick questions. I'm trying to clarify. I think I heard you say that voters have no say in setting the SAU administrative budget. Is that, am I quoting you correctly?
They have no direct say in that. They don't vote on it unless they have the alternative budget procedure.
Right. Okay, second question. How do people get on the school board?
They get voted in.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Representative Lekes.
Thank you for taking my question. I know when that report first came out, and I was wondering who all is an administrator. And I asked that question, and I said, well, what I was told was, well, depends upon how that school district qualifies them. For instance, we have a community outreach person. Is that administration? And so how it says some things, and it says teacher consultants. What would be teacher consultants? Would the DEI person be a teacher consultant? So I'm wondering how that's determined, or if it's just these specific things that you have written down here.
So the question is, what qualifies as an SAU expense? And that's not really changing in this bill because that we're just addressing how it gets voted on. But Some areas are very distinct. It's clear a business administrator, a special ed director, superintendent, assistant superintendent, those are all in the SAU office. Then you get to some other things that are in the gray area. We had, 2 years ago, we voted on a communications and compliance specialist that was going to monitor social media, was going to help with right to knows. And it was a close vote, but the voters between the three towns approved it. But they decided to put that in the SAU. That's really a board decision on each of the boards that make up the SAU, if it's a multi-district, where you put them. And I believe the subject of this particular bill. This is just voting, really how you vote on it for the voters. Thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's the same one I asked earlier, but the speaker didn't know the answer. So multiple towns vote differently. Some, if this were to go through, some say yes to the new budget, some say yes to the default budget. Then how is the SAU funded?
So that's a good question. So as I mentioned before, every, say in my example, we have Hollis, Brookline, and the co-op. A yes/no vote is conducted in the co-op. They count the ballots. They report them to the next meeting. Brookline votes SB2. We count those ballots that they get added in. Hollis has their district meeting. If they're the last one, for example, they count the yeses and the nos. Who's ever at the meeting, and if the yeses are more, it's not if Brookline passes it and the co-op doesn't and Hollis does. It's just the total. That's the way it is today in the alternative budget procedure. The alternative budget procedure is not changed. That's as part of this bill. That's what exists today. It's just a tally of the yeses and the nos, and that's how it works.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much. Is there any technical support we can get, Barrett, on some of this discussion so that we're dealing with accurate information? Or maybe how you see it?
Those can be one and the same. The statement that okay, single district SAUs they have an SAU number that's assigned by the Department of Education. There is no separate SAU office. An SAU, in a single district SAU, what would otherwise be your SAU staff, your superintendent, your special ed director, assistant superintendent, BA, admin assistants, those are school district employees, all right? Those are school district employees. I'm going to use SAU. I'm going to use Representative Hall's SAU because it's the simplest one. SAU 67, Bow and Dunbarton, 2 school districts sharing administrative services. That superintendent is not an employee of the Bow School District. That superintendent is not an employee of the Dunbarton School District. That superintendent is an employee of SAU 67, I believe the number is, right? 2 school districts forming together to create another political entity, at least for right-to-know law purposes, budgeting purposes, things of that nature. There was also a comment that a single district SAU that you can't pull out the administrative services, or there's no opportunity for the public to participate or something along. Every school district, whether or not you're a co-op, a single school district, a single school district SAU, and a co-op, multiple SAU town, you have to have a budget hearing under RSA 32. And the public has a right to comment on that budget. I'm looking at the Department of Education, I'm sorry, the Department of Revenue Administration, their account codes. Instruction, this is the 1000 series, regular programs, special programs, vocational programs. Support services, the 2000 series, student support services, instructional staff services. Executive administration, line item 2320, SAU management services, line 2320-2399. School administration services, 2500 through 2599, businesses, and then so on and so forth. Student transportation, student support services. I mean, if you want to know how much the superintendent is making, you call the SAU and ask. The other aspect too is we got to be clear that if we're talking about a single district SAU, we need to define what administration is, because your principals are administrators. They are not part of your SAU, though. They are not part of your central office with your superintendent and your business manager and your special ed director. They're employees of the district. Bow High School has a principal, not an SAU employee. Dunbarton Elementary School, or whatever it's called, has an elementary school principal, not an SAU employee. And one other aside, if we're worried about having too many administrators, Representative Lakes has a bill that's going to require districts hire 5 more administrators to implement those improvement plans. We're going to need curriculum coordinators, another assistant superintendent, and 2 more principals just to get through it. So I don't, the notion that, I mean, first of all, the whole single district SAU, multi-district SAU, I talked about that. But just because you're in a single district SAU doesn't mean the voters don't have the opportunity to look at the money. It's all public. You file a right to know law request. Look at the DRA forms. Go to the budget hearing. Ask your business manager. Ask your school board chair for this data and information.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for my tone. I apologize, but it just you know, I apologize for my tone, but thank you for indulging me.
Well, we appreciate the information. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. But I think the sponsor's intent was to make it a separate warrant article so that that information was readily available to the voter, rather than going to the DRA codes, et cetera, and going to all the budget hearings.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. That was my understanding of the intent. So you do not think that the intent is needed in this case?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative. RSA 194C9A. Each school district with a school administrative unit that is composed of 2 or more districts may vote to adopt the provisions of RSA 194C9B to determine the means for adopting the school administrative budget by placing the question on the warrant of the next annual school district meeting. The question shall be voted on in accordance with the ballot and voting procedures in effect in that school district. And then it lists the language of the warrant article that would go on the warrant if the voters want to do this. And then it lists a whole bunch of other stuff in that paragraph. RSA 194C9B. In a school administrative unit composed of 2 or more school districts which has adopted the provisions of RSA 194C9A, the administrative unit budget adopted according to RSA 194C9 shall be placed before the voters of each district of that school district, of that school administrative unit in a separate warrant article at the annual school district meeting. Notwithstanding RSA 32 and RSA 40:13, the budget adopted by the school administrative unit board shall not be amended. That's similar language. There's a provision in law that allows voters to do this if they want the SAU budget to be on a separate warrant article in their local town. They have there's already a provision in law to do this.
Are there any questions, Representative Tanner?
Just maybe a comment that, having been on the budget committee, if we asked at one of the meetings for them to give us at the next meeting, all the administrative costs, we would have it.
Right.
So I don't know any school district that if you ask that as a budget committee member or as a school board member, that you wouldn't get it.
Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, Hopkinton is having its budget meeting tonight. I think it's at 6 o'clock at the town hall, and this is under RSA 32.
Are you SB2 or you must be traditional?
No, we're traditional.
Okay.
We're traditional. So it's the budget
right.
meeting, and I'm looking at the the budget packet that the superintendent puts out, and it's about 50 pages long, and everybody picks them up. I know I was on the board for a dozen years, so I know that everybody picks them up, and the meetings are pretty well attended, and towards the, it sort of starts with the big departments and goes down to the smaller groups, and sort of getting towards the end, administrative services, office of the superintendent, 2320, 2332, 2510, 2511, and 2515. I think those are account numbers that are common in all districts. Breaks it right. Well, I guess this is a would you believe. Breaks it right out so voters can see. So in Hopkinton, you wouldn't need to do a 91A request. It's right there.
That's the proper way to do it.
Yeah.
That's what we would advise our school boards to do.
Right. That was the question. Do you advise school boards to do that?
We do, thank you.
Thank you for anticipating the question.
Are there further would you believe type questions? Not hearing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to come back up.
You're welcome. Are there further cards we have? That was it? Okay, we're going to close that hearing. That was, which one's up next? It's 354. 452. 452. Oh, that's me.
So, yeah, there's I was talking to Rick about this yesterday.
Yeah.
We're only doing fiscal notes for things once.
Are there any cards? Are there any other cards for
Or
452?
for most things, they're just gonna wait till it gets to there.
Yeah. Next, we have up House Bill 452 relative to the Department of Education procedures for school building aid applications. And call upon the prime sponsor, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cordelli and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, which is a single town co-op in a multiple SAU, and it's really different. 452 is a bill relative to the Department of Education procedures for school building aid applications. We previously had this year a bill that dealt with the dollar amount allocated for new construction, as you remember, or renovation projects. And you recall that was $50 million on top of the debt. Then we had a bill come in which dealt with the 10-year plan and encouraging districts to put forward where they're going with building construction or requests for building or renovation projects, so that we as a legislature can better prioritize and plan for our future in terms of appropriating dollars. This portion right here is really I would say the guts of school building aid. And if you have your bill in front of you, let's take a walk through it so that rather than trying to read something, I'd like to just walk through and take you through it. The way we work with school building aid is that the state provides support, and depending upon the various conditions within that particular town, you might get 30% state support, you may get 60%. But when you receive your money, the grant that's awarded to your town, you will receive 80% of that dollar, and that's right there on line 10 on page 1. You'll receive 80% right out of the chute. And upon you're getting towards, or upon completion of the construction and verification that it's done the way it's supposed to have been done by the department, then you get your other 20% of the grant from the state. And we know that now there's been, 3 grants approved tentatively until dollars are available and all that. We were looking at Rochester, we're looking at Colebrook, and we're looking at the Monadnock area. Going down on line 16, you can see in the application process that if you have received other dollars for this outside of the grant or outside of what you're appropriating locally, like a charitable trust, a bequest, a gifts, insurance policies. And I did receive that when I was a school principal over in Maine, where I received a tremendous gift. A petroleum company, a person died and gave us all the stock. And that was a real benefit for a small town like Belgrade, Maine. Going on down to line 19, you can see where it says eligible construction projects shall mean project designed to be energy efficient. That's a critical need that we have not always had in our legislation, looking at energy efficiency so that we really are encouraging the savings of dollars as you operate your building going forward. Going down, eligible areas that your money may be used for are there on lines 22 down through lines 30 on that first page. It's for the acquisition of property. And I know that Amy Clark's here and she can describe that a little bit more for you when we get in there. But the acquisition of property, the existing building is whether you're going to renovate it or if you're going to do substantial renovations to a project, etc. It's all right there. It also gets into lease purchase of materials, whether you're getting into mechanical, structural things, HVAC. And if you don't cough up the dollars or support that as you're getting the project on page 2, you can see that the vendor can take that back. On line 7, we're talking about the department shall issue annually maximum eligible cost standards. Some people have asked me, what are the standards that go behind this, the size of the building, the size of the property, the location, all that. Yes, these are standards, and Amy will talk about that. She's the engineer. She knows how they update this information on an annual basis. It's based on, I believe, national standards. Going on down further here, you can see, let's see, when you're looking at the size of standards in construction of buildings, we take into account when we're talking about the area, the maximum gross square footage per pupil, that is specified in the standard. And there are some school districts want to come in and build the Taj Mahal. And they're not going to get, that money for their huge building. They're going to get it according to the standards. Up to that certain point, then they want to go beyond, and if they want to have a 600-seat theater with an orchestra pit and all that in, which I had in Alaska, brand new building, but they're going to have to pay for that themselves. We had 52 drops on stage as well, so it was a huge, huge community building. Going down, the commissioner of the Department of Education can waive some of these based upon certain conditions. That's on lines 31, 32. Going on, yes, the approval of the plan specifications and cost construction and purchase. The district will definitely look at your site plan in terms of schematic design, the department, the cost estimates, and other items that maybe it needs to know in this application, maybe like what's your demographic population looking like? It's going up, is it down? You're projecting where that's going to be. Those are the challenges that you have to be prepared to answer in your application. Going on to page 3, there's a timeline, which we've had right now has been very, very difficult for the department to really scrutinize these applications in a way that it gives them the time to do what's necessary to get out in the field, to ask the questions, see the facility, and then go from where they receive this application. They are expected to rank order these applications in terms of the criteria and the standards which we have, the criteria. And once they've done that, and they've looked at things like the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural components of the building, proof of annual school budget to support good maintenance, and it would go on, the rank order sheet would go on to the school building authority. Now, school building authority is we've had that in statute for a long time. It was not initially set up to do this particular task of checking out and looking at these ranked order applications that come to them, It was initially set up to see if the bonding power of the state was there, whether the finances of the school district are there to support what they're obligating themselves to get into. The school building authority, in the case that reviews this, there's 3 people on this authority appointed by the governor. One is has to be somebody that deals with engineering and knows buildings, architect, etc. Another person has to be an education-oriented person, has understanding of policy needs, curricular instructional needs within the schools. The other person has to be understanding of finance. You might get somebody that's really an accountant or somebody that knows dollars. The other 3 people on the school building authority are the state treasurer, the commissioner of education, and the fire marshal or the fire marshal's designee. So the timeline, I'm going to let Amy get into the timeline a little bit because we used to have the applications come in on 1 July, and we had to have them out through the rank order process by the department to the school building authority, which would look at that. They had the ability to re-rank the applications came from the DOE if they used the same criteria as the DOE had used. And that's an area that has been an area of discussion here for the last couple of years, is that they come all ranked, ordered from the department, the application there, and then the other group sometimes wants to rank order based on different criteria. So that's an area where we are looking at. I would say we have to have the same criteria. The school building authority should look at the bonding ability and the finances, yes. Once it comes back from the school building authority and if everything checks out, it goes to the State Board of Education for approval. So July 1 had to be out in the hands of the people who are receiving notice that they had an application that's going to be approved by January 15th. You can see that's a very short time frame in there, especially when Christmas vacation's in there. It's just impossible to do this properly. So Amy has suggested, and the department's to put this timeline further out. I'll let her get into the explanation of that. You can see on page 4 there, the Commissioner of the Department of Education shall accept school building construction proposals based upon completeness when that application comes in. And these are some of the conditions which are looked at from 1 through 9 there. So on page 4, those are the conditions we're looking for. Notice that there are some, like condition 7. We put that in most recently, looking at the project contributes to operational cost efficiencies, consolidation, and reduced property taxes. We used to have years ago a 5% increase for school building aid if you got high performance projects in your building, high performance in terms of saving energy and saving the dollar. That came out. But this report right here, this bill right here, still is looking at high performance and seeing that as a vital area. When we rank order these, each one of these areas has a number of points, and the point system's added up, and that's so it's not a subjective process of which. Well, I think that this school A is a little bit better than D down here, so it's not based on that. It's based on this understanding of where they are in terms of these. And some of these get more points. For example, health and safety, fire marshal issues would rise to the top. Security issues help rise to the top. Although we have been able to help with the public school infrastructure funding to address some of those issues in a separate budgetary area. Going down to the bottom part on this page 4 here, applications with substantial deficiencies as defined by the Department of Education school construction rules may be ranked ahead of applications received in the prior fiscal year. That has happened. We've had some come in here that haven't been ranked but have real substantial issues that need to jump ahead of. This whole process right here is that, so we award these grants out in year 1 of the biennium, the second year, do we let projects in the second year jump ahead of those which were on the list for the first year? And there is a question which we asked, or does the order that was on that first list stay like that, and you can't jump unless you have this real substantial issue to jump ahead of somebody else? There again, this is a topic which we've had to really look at. and I let the department answer some of the things right there. The last part I'd like to address on page 34 of page 4. We used to have the project start, and we had the person who was the clerk of the works, if you're familiar with the terminology. The clerk is the one who's supposed to be there supporting the district. Oftentimes, we've seen some projects, the clerk of the works has been owned by the contractor or the subcontractors, and we've had a lot of change orders. The change orders, of course, change the value, the cost of that building, and then it results in somebody else having to fork over these additional costs. And I've been in a number of projects where I've seen change orders come up, and the amount extends well into the millions of dollars. And we could have avoided some of that if we had a positive clerk of the works, a person trained as an engineer overseeing this, and who's also bonded, so that this is their job. You don't have somebody that's been on your staff that's the chief maintenance person come in and say, you're going to be in charge of this building project. A lot of districts have done that in the past, and they've gotten in trouble, like they did in the middle school I was in up in Haverhill, where we had no clerk of the works at the time. And of course, they vented the art room out the lower level, up and into the attic, and we lost the roof not more than 20 years, 15 years later through rot. That should have been changed, and noticed it wasn't. So that walks us through what we're proposing here. We're looking at a real overview and a rewrite of the whole school building aid program, which it drastically needs. We have this thing we call the tail right now, and the tail is absorbing half of what we have for school building aid. And when you look at the list which we just received, the 17 projects on that list, you look at the fourth one, which is Concord, and the state share would have been $70 million. That's more than we're allocating for the whole biennium. So we're seeing buildings coming at us that we're going to see how many buildings may be built in the period of 2 years. It could be one, depending upon the building and the nature of which it might be. If it's a 30%er, it's going to be a huge amount of dollars. These new high schools are up close to what, $100 million more? Much more. And so we've got to look at this whole process, and we have to ensure that we are really rank ordering and recognizing those projects which really need to be there. There's a lot more I believe we have to do this on in terms of other types of facilities, leasing buildings. We need to look at that. The pot of money. Where do these do we break pots out for renovation? Do we break pots out for capital new construction? Those are all questions. I'll take any questions. And don't forget, we got the technical people behind me.
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you'd indicated, Rick, in your testimony that we've got 3 grants that have been granted for 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And you've got...
Well, they're depending upon the money.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to that. This is a series of questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. And you had indicated that there were 17 requests for grants, correct?
That's what I understand.
Okay. And how much money, I mean, we've been around this, since you and I have been on this committee for 11 years, as a major problem. How much money do we have right now that, or at least is being proposed to be budgeted for these 3 grants that are going to be out there, as well as the tail?
Okay, if you're talking about the tail, and I'll just use round figures here. I don't have the finance sheets in front of me, but the debt for each one of those years, if you total over for the 2 years of this biennium, is $50 million approximately. We're allowed to appropriate $50 million each year of the biennium. So when you take half of that, that's $100 million for the biennium. When you know that half of that's already being used to pay debt off, that leaves you just left the $50 million for new construction or renovation projects.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Tanner?
Do we ever get federal funds, particularly with the new infrastructure bill, for school building aid?
Not for school building aid. We have had monies that came down through these federal stabilization, I like to call them dollars, ESSER monies and all that. You can use it for HVAC, and we know that's occurred. We know that's occurred for things maybe like windows, but it's not for the brick and mortar. So that is the school constructions basically, and you have to recall that we've gone through a little, it's about a 10-year moratorium. It's a little longer than that. Since the moratorium, Amy, maybe it's only about 6 projects which we have approved. So during that time, there was no construction going on other than what the local school districts were doing on their own. And we've had a number of bills that come to us where those that did it during the moratorium are trying to get reimbursed what would be their state share. Unfortunately, they did not, they haven't complied with a lot of the timelines and the conditions within the school building aid program. So at this point in time, we just need to move forward and try to make the program work the best way we can. And hopefully we can make some changes here which are going to streamline it so that we can have more time in which the district itself has time enough to get it on a warrant article, find out if the town's going to support that grant. We've unfortunately had some towns that on the career tech side that have refused to take the money for the capital costs for the new CTE program, and it went down the tube. So there's much to this. I hope we can do something here. This is what I call the fourth leg of the stool. School construction and building just matches right up with curriculum, instruction, and labor costs. We have to have the buildings. Yep.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Goodell. Thank you, Rick. Last year, do I recall, or in the last session, that we did deal with the clerk of the works bill?
Yeah, I think it's almost like 2 years ago. Or it was a while back.
Was that, and I'm looking at 34 specifically, is that already in?
That's already in law, and we're requiring that we have that knowledgeable person on board if you're going to.
That's okay, so this is not a change, that's just.
No, that's still required.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had a question. I'm a little confused between Roman 2A on page 3 and 2B on page 4, in that 2A on lines 19 through 23 approximately, it talks about the commissioner accepting the applications based on completeness and building a preliminary list, and then submitting the ranked list to the school building authority. But then on B, over on page 4, it talks about the commissioner accepting the proposals based on completeness.
Okay, I'll let Amy, so I don't go around the bar. The school building authority has to have that out earlier now in this one. You can see the date is October 15th. Before it was the end of this, or in December. And so we're just backing everything else. So far, you're looking at some of those criteria for ranking versus the areas which we're doing on the next page, on page 4, which we use a lot of that information for assigning the numbers. Like it used to be 275 points. I don't know whether it's the same, Amy, now or not. And each one's had different amount of points to rank order based on that criteria 1 through 9.
Okay, maybe I'll follow up with Ms. Clark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Power? I don't see him. Amy Clark from the department?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Amy Clark, and I'm with the Department of Education. I work for the School Facilities Bureau. I'm the administrator for the School Facilities Bureau, and the School Building Aid Program falls under my bureau. So mostly I'm here for technical assistance, but I did want to walk you through, I do have a handout that walks through the timeline. I want to point out some important pieces to this language that I just want to make sure is clear. And so I think you all probably have it. On the first page I tried to mimic what the current law currently does for a timeline. And the second page is what House Bill 452 does to that timeline. For the most part, to me anyway, for the most part, this bill is about the timeline. I think Representative Ladd did a good job of walking through the bill. But for the most part, a lot of those pieces, as Representative Woodcock pointed out, a lot of those pieces are there. They're just kind of reorganized in a easier fashion to process. But the real meat of this bill, the big changes in this bill, is really the timeline in which schools apply for building aid. Well, I think it's probably best, if you'll allow, for me just to go through that timeline, the existing timeline. So I'll do that. So on the current law, so this is currently how a building aid application is processed. And again, just for reminders, building aid is just state aid for the construction of large construction projects. We're not talking about a room renovation and new carpeting and a new roof and changing out windows. We're talking about a rebuild of a new school. Maybe you're consolidating two schools and building a new school. Perhaps you're putting on an addition, or perhaps you're gutting the building and bringing it back up to new condition in what we call a substantial renovation project. So what happens, keep in mind that this is all before the state budget is approved. So the dollar amount is unknown to school districts. First, they spend a couple years figuring out whether a school construction project is something that they want to do. I think that's really important to understand, that school districts are not talking about this over lunch one day and just decided that they're going to build a new school. These are many years of planning before they even come to my office. So when they're ready, they apply for building aid by January 1st. Every 2 years, the state has a biennium budget. So they come in January 1st, they submit a letter that they intend on applying, and that comes in 18 months prior to the state budget being approved. From there, they then actually fill out their full application by July 1st, which is 12 months before the state budget is approved. So in this particular case, if you think of the state budget hopefully being approved July 1st of this year, the applicants that you may have seen on that application, that list of 17, they actually applied last summer in July. So that's how that timeline worked out for them. So July 1st, we get a bunch of applications on our desk. We review them as the Department of Education. We spend about 4 months, July to October, reviewing those applications. We do site visits. It's a very thorough review. The applications are hundreds of pages. They include lots of documentation, important documentation, engineering reports, mechanical, plumbing, structural reports, things like that. By December 1st, the law requires that the school building authority, the Department of Education then ranks those projects based on the criteria that are in the law right now and the proposed bill, for the most part, fairly the same. And then by December 1st, the school building authority reviews the Department of Education's ranking, verifies it, and submits it to the State Board of Education for approval. And State Board of Education by law is required to review and approve that ranked list by January 15th. January 15th is now about 6 months before the state budget is approved. By March, schools still don't know whether the state budget is approved, but then if they want to construct, they have to then go to their town voters without knowing if the state has any money for school construction. So then they get a warrant article ready, and they don't really know whether state funds are going to be there, but they put a warrant article together for March, which is about 4 months prior to the state budget being approved. Now, of course, you have February town meetings, April, some are cities and some operate differently, but for the most part, that's what a lot of communities are doing. By July 1st, we have a state budget. That could be currently, there's not a minimum amount of building aid, so that could be no money, or that could be $50 million, somewhere in between. Now, Interestingly, construction projects don't work on fiscal years. So by July 1st, a school district has found out that they're going to get building aid. They don't have a contractor sitting there waiting for the governor to sign the budget on site and they're going to be able to put a shovel in the ground in July. So they really lose that whole summer. And most of the projects that, unless they're building on a brand new site, it might be easier for them. But keep in mind, most of these projects will be substantial renovations or additions, and they have to move kids around. So summer is a really important time for schools to be in construction. So they, for the most part, have lost that whole summer and will probably start that fiscal year in sometime maybe March, April, May, starting to do some preliminary work. So that is the current process, and it is repeated every 2 years. So what House Bill 542 does is this is the new timeline. Same planning goes on, but instead the bill requires that schools apply by April 1st, 3 months prior to the state budget being approved. So this is jumping way ahead of the existing timeline. Then the Department of Education reviews those applications just like normal. All of this stuff is the same process. By July 1st, then the budget is approved. By August 1st, so we're not giving out that money right away. We're kind of holding it. We're holding it, waiting for those projects to be finished ranked. They then go to the School Building Authority by August 1st. Then they go to the State Board of Education by November 15th. Then towns go to vote in March, and then they can begin construction that spring, summer, whenever they are ready. So the other big difference is then we repeat this every year so that schools aren't having to wait every 2 years. So the key differences, if you're gonna sum all of that up, the key differences this House bill does is at first it creates an annual application process. Instead of every 2 years, now it's every year, which interestingly means a lot to school districts. If you tell them they have to wait 2 years, it's like forever, but they can understand next year, that's okay. It just seems, I'm that way too. 1 more year comes and goes, but 2 years is a long time to wait. Then House Bill 552 also ranks those projects after the appropriation is known. And the current building aid ranks the projects, and schools are essentially waiting, their community is waiting to figure out what they're going to do. House Bill 542 also publishes the list. The State Board of Education publishes the list in November instead of January. And anybody writing a warrant article for a school district knows that having an understanding of what funds are going to potentially be available by November versus January 15th is a lot more difficult. And then lastly, I just want to point out that I already kind of mentioned it, but House Bill 552 also allows for a more efficient construction schedule. Again, you're not losing that whole summer, which costs increase. That's a lot of frustration too, because the town voted on it, yet you're not even able to put a shovel in the ground until much later, waiting to see if the state can award any funds. So with that, I guess the only other thing I'm hoping I can spare your time on is just pointing out a couple of the things that the bill does that I think may need some attention. And it's probably my fault, but I'm gonna say for something for you to consider would be, for process-wise, looking through the bill, would be that you may want to define school district. If you look on page, and I'll pass these comments along too, but on page 2, school district is defined in the current law, and there's existing language in it hasn't carried over into this bill. And again, I know that I've reviewed this bill, and that's probably my fault for not catching that earlier. But number 1, you may want to define school district. And number 2, on the top of page 3, lines 1 and 2, it talks about projects with approval from the local school district's legislative body to construct, not subject to receiving building aid. This is essentially telling people who can apply, and I don't think that's the intent there. So again, it says that essentially a school can apply for school building aid. I don't think that the intent is for schools to receive legislative approval prior to applying, but I may be wrong. And then lastly, that same comment, something you may want to consider is on page 4. It talks about when you stay on the list, and line 27 and 28 on page 4 talks about also schools would get bumped off that list if they didn't receive district's legislative body approval. So essentially, if the town says no, you get booted off the list. I would say on my end, process-wise, they're just going to apply the next year. We're just going to have to redo their application. So I would probably prefer that they stay on that list. If you wanted them to only stay on that list so many years, that might make sense. Although the Department of Education has the authority to make those rules, and we could, we'll be doing rulemaking if this passes anyway to meet all these timelines, and we would include it in that area. So that'd be another thing to consider. And then I think that's it, unless you have questions.
Yes, Ripsakis.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. I'm trying to understand the whole process. So the town knows whether or not they're on the list before they go to vote. But if they vote down and the next number 2 on the list votes down and number 3, so you keep being bumped up. So do you put then to make sure that you're, let's say you're number 4 and you figure we haven't got a chance because we're number 4, but the top 3 don't go, now you're on. So are you putting on your ballot the question just in case you get it, and can you write in on your ballot, on your warrant, provided the state gives this money, we approve this?
That's a very good question. So under the current process, that's one of the complications that school districts have to face is they don't know whether other schools have passed or not, because that's not done until after the budget has been approved, and they don't know what other towns have done. So there are towns that are further down on the list that don't know how much money is going to be available and don't know the fate of the other town votes. So they are at least considering putting on 2 warrant articles, and that also presents challenges. But just like you said, some schools are looking to go with contingent warrant articles, and other schools are just going to hold off and wait to see what happens.
That's legal for them to do that?
I believe so, only because that seems to be what some school districts are doing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Pardon me? You want to share? Yeah, I will. Representative Mylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank Amy for being here.
Sure.
So if I have this right, we've had 17 projects that were requested, 3 were funded, and that basically took up the $15 million that was available, not including the tail expense that's there. Is that correct?
Not technically. So the ranked list is a ranked list, and it sits there ranked 1, 2, and 3, right? But what we don't know how much money is going to be appropriated for building aid. So assuming, you're right, in the assumption that that building aid is fully funded, which means a maximum of $50 million in aid is given each year, there would be enough money to fund those top 3 projects. However, those top 3 projects have not voted yet. Okay. So we're waiting to see. So to say that they've been awarded money is definitely not, we, Department of Education, would never say that because, one, no money has been appropriated for new projects. A budget has not been signed. And then also the towns have not had their votes yet. So all three could fail and it would go down to others kind of similar, presenting some other problems, good problems, but some surprises.
So if one of the three, they don't pass in their town meeting or whatever, then it does then go down to the fourth one that's on the list, correct?
Correct. The money is appropriated. The way I would look at it is it just happens to be 50 million minus the tail gives enough for the top three projects. But really, money is offered to that first ranked project if they pass their local funding piece. And if they can, they take whatever award their application is for. And then it keeps moving down until we run out of money.
Do we know what as you monitored this, do we know what the budget proposal is for building aid in the pending budget?
Well, not for the pending budget because I've not seen it yet. But what I can say is if building aid were fully funded, which when we use that term, we mean the law allows a maximum of 50 million in aid. So 50 million was appropriated in year 1 of the budget, in year 2 of the budget, and that passes and signed into law on July 1st. Then after we pay all our debt for old projects and then our state bond debt, we would have $49 million left for the biennium for new projects. And that would allow us to offer the first ranked project money. And if they accept, we'd have left over to offer number 2. If they were able to accept, we'd have enough to offer number 3, and we would then run out of money.
And finally, if I heard you correctly, this is an annual request. So in other words, those 17, we don't fund all of them, obviously. Do they then, if they are still in the queue for requesting again, they have to do that on an annual basis that doesn't hold over for the biennium?
They have to do it our list is for the biennium, and the current law would require that they apply again in the next biennium unless they have their district's legislative body approval and they did not construct.
Okay, so it's for the biennium that the grants go through then?
Correct.
Or the request?
Correct,
Thank
yeah.
you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Question, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Could you speak to the letter of intent and where that fits into the process with the proposal?
Correct. It's missing on purpose. I mean, you could, so what the letter of intent, the current letter of intent is one sheet of paper that school districts fill out. The superintendent signs it. It says we intend on applying for building aid. And what we have done is we've my office of one has used that to plan for what's going to happen in July. And it kind of like, how many applications am I going to get? We're coming into this as a fairly new process. This is the 3rd time we've ranked projects. The first time you have to apply 18 months ahead of time. So those first round were applying during the moratorium, which they were crossing their fingers really tight and they got really lucky, but most schools didn't put resources into applying. The second biennium that they were to apply, their deadline for application was July of 2020. So obviously pandemic, brand new. So that list might have been a little short too. And then this last time is really probably when we got the first round of applications. I guess the reason saying that is the letter of intent really helps me planning. I think I spent more time talking to schools about all they needed to do. For me, it's just not worth it to have the letter of intent. But if it was added in there, schools could certainly give me a heads up that they're intending on applying. I just don't know if it would do anything. It didn't add value.
Further questions? You have a follow-up?
Yes, please. If you have, let's say, 4 or 5 projects and the available money is used up for the most part by the top 3, but then there is some money left over for project number 4, but not what they need really. Are they better off taking what's available then, or are now waiting till the next year to resubmit and maybe being higher on the list?
So currently, the process is we can't promise money we don't have. So when we run out of money, let's say we had $1 million left, we can offer it to that school and they can take it and run, and that's all they're ever going to get is that $1 million. Or they can apply the following biennium. if depending, it's an individual decision. I can see why schools would say yes and no. Depends on how much money it is, construction costs rising every year, and whether building aid would be funded. It's quite a gamble to pass up on $1 million, I imagine. But then again, some schools wouldn't be able to construct with $1 million grant when they're seeking a $30 million grant.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Myler, do you have your? No. Oh, okay, you got your mic on. Representative Luna.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure if the question's really directed to 452 or maybe the next bill, which I think uses is based on top of the existing language as opposed to the language that could be amended by 452. But 452 does contain language on page 1, lines 14, 15, which are from current law with respect to building aid for a chartered public school, and I guess the way 452 is drafted, how would it work if a chartered public school was to submit an application for building aid according to the schedule? And I think this is a really good improvement over the existing law, which is sort of tough to read.
Right.
But how would it work for a chartered school application, and then as it sort of enables it on lines 14, 15 on the first page, and then how it would go through the application process and the ranking as defined on page 4, and in particularly lines 12 and 21, where it factors in a school district's fiscal capacity based on measurable criteria, how that would apply, and then line 21, any other criteria that the State Board of Education may determine is necessary. How would all that work for charter application, I guess, in view also of the federal grants that the fiscal committee has accepted for charter schools over the last biennium, and as we've seen some charter schools dissolve, what would become of a capital asset that was funded at least at 30% with state funds? And I know there's some charter dissolution bills, not to force charters into dissolution, but to clarify what would happen, in those events. What would happen?
Well, those are lots of questions.
It's basically how does it work for a charter to navigate through?
Right. So currently, charter schools are not eligible for building aid, not because of the building aid law, but because of a charter school law that prevents them from applying to building aid. And I'll be up here again for your next bill as well. So this really just targets the timeline, but when I actually started my position, which was in 2015, it clearly says in the building aid law that charter schools are eligible for building aid because it grants them 30% eligible funds. So for this bill, that wasn't changed. It's in the existing law. Should the charter school law ever change, they would be eligible for building aid. But as for the ranking criteria, I'd have to review our laws. Our construction rules to see the construction rules define more clearly about the ranking. But that is actually something we should probably take a look at, because we haven't been looking at it at the eyes of charter schools because we know that they're not eligible for building aid. But certainly that's an easy fix on our regulatory end, not in the state law.
And then and a follow up on that, does dissolution factor into either recovery of assets as far as the building aid program or the charter?
That's a very good question. So the building aid law has a penalty in it. It's in a different section, but it essentially requires that a school district, charter school, would have to use the facility for 20 years or more, or pay the whole thing back. Now, that's a pretty hard ask when a school is closing down, usually for lots of economic reasons and so forth, typically. What the Department of Education has withheld funds for those projects, but in our current tail, in our old program prior to 2013, when we were building all but 5 schools now, are under this other side of things where we were paying on the bond for 20 years a portion of their payment. So what we have done is on those projects that have closed, for the public schools that have closed, we've just stopped paying them the building aid. So if they remained open 18 years, we would have just not paid them year 19 and year 20 on their 20-year bond. It certainly was easier to do that than this model of paying 80% up front, 20% upon completion, then at year 15 asking for, a quarter of it back. It is, I acknowledge that would be a difficult conversation. The law does say that the school districts are required to pay it back. And I know last year's, that charter school bill, again, maybe I could talk about this more in the next bill, but that charter school bill that's being heard after this, there was certainly some concerns about dissolution, like for charter schools, because they might be closing more frequently than public schools. And I actually think the bill does a good job of addressing that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
But this bill does not. It's really, if both of those bills were to pass, then these two would obviously have to merge together because they're both to 198.15.
Right.
Representative Cordelli, you recognized for a question.
Thank you. With the 80% being paid up front and 20% upon completion at this point, is that a better process for the state and for the district than spreading it out over a period of time, 20 years, let's say?
Well, I guess I can just give you my opinion on that. Ultimately, we can work with whatever process that you all decide on. I have heard back from school districts that you have to work through the tail, and there's a lot of pain working through the tail because nobody feels like there's enough money because we're giving it away to past projects. But I think for the most part, a lot of savings comes to the taxpayer, comes to the school district if they are getting 80% of their grant up front. And the only time it seems beneficial is when you're further down on the list and you really wish the money was spread out. I think most school districts, if not all the school districts that I've talked to that have received aid, I mean, there's a big savings in getting multi-million dollars and not having to bond that amount and not have to pay interest on it for 20 years.
For the receivers.
Just right along that line.
Representative Luno.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Right along that same line of questioning that Representative Cordelli just asked. We've gone from a 20-year amortization or 20-year payment plan, which I think was consistent with a lot of the bonds that school districts would use to finance their portion of or to finance the construction costs. To 80%, 80-20, all of it, essentially up front. And obviously, there would be some savings, in terms of, interest costs that would accumulate over a 20-year period. But, then again, a lot rests on interest rates, too. And so, when we went to that, as you've said, it now limits the number of projects we're able to go after in a year. You've talked a little bit about how many projects are in the, how many applications have been submitted. But let's sort of, looking down the road, over the horizon a little bit further. How many school buildings do we have across the state, and what's their average? And it may be sort of like an engineer, a little bit of back in the napkin. What's their average age, and how many do you think we may need to? How many projects do you think may come up over the next decade?
That's a great question. We have looked at like what I consider a sustainability snapshot and trying to think of like, what is the big picture? And if you look at the life of the building being 40 to 50 years, we have 450 or more schools. And if you just base, I mean, I can kind of take you through those numbers because I have my cheat sheet here. But if you just look, we have 450 school buildings roughly. We have about 165,000 students. So we're already talking about declining enrollment. So this is the number of students we actually have. You can place a cost per square foot and a space amount per student, and you come up with 23 million square feet, on average $550 a square foot. You come up with about $12.7 billion to construct all our public schools at once, right? Obviously, that's not happening. They are lasting up to 50 years, 40 to 50 years. So if you take that number and divide it by 40 years, you come up with about $318 million a year. So I guess that's probably the number you're looking at, $318 million a year. Now, that's not the state share. If you apply the state share of our average share is 38%. So that is, let me do that math real quickly in my head, the 38 is 21 million a year for the state share. Again, that's a very rough number, and that would be spread out over 40 years. You could do that calculation with 30%, you could do it over 50 years or so forth. But regardless of all of that, if you just took, only because I can do this math in my head a lot better, if you took 450 schools and said they need to be rebuilt every 50 years, that's 9 schools a year, right? 450 divided by 9, that's 9 schools a year. So a biennium, that's about 18 schools a year. So our previous list of 17 is probably what we'll see over time. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little more in the next 10 years because we had a 10-year moratorium. I'd say if you were to look, I think New Hampshire should be really proud of this personally. I think if you look prior to 2009, from the 1940s all the way up to 2009 before the moratorium, the legislature funded based on need. And so our schools are in really good condition up until 2009. But you know that there were schools that were getting ready to apply because they had older buildings, and those are probably the schools, but they didn't because of the moratorium. So most likely there'll be a little bit of a blip, but big picture, we're not talking about always brand new schools. We're talking about substantial renovations sometimes too.
So follow up on that. So you said 17 over a biennium, about 9 a year.
About 9 a year.
Would make sense. And I think it was either your earlier testimony or maybe Representative Ladd's testimony that suggested under the current budget we might be able to. I mean, Concord's is one of the applications, and that could use up the entire, the entire bucket here, and so in one biennium, that would be one project, leaving 16 not funded, and two years from now we'll have another batch of 17 coming in. And so is this a situation that develops and compounds because of the 80-20, paying all of it up front, as opposed to something where we're able to chip away at more of these projects over a 20-year?
I think that's a good question for you all. I guess I would just point out 2 things. There'll always be more coming. There'll be some, you get, like what you're saying is true. If there's not enough money, they'll create a backlog. But some school districts are going to move forward with their projects without state aid. They have to. Somebody asked earlier about jumping the list. The Department of Education's rules do allow projects with higher life safety points to jump the list. So sure, there'll be a backlog. I don't know as if funding them over a 20-year, or I'm not sure it really matters the funding mechanism. They'll always you're either going to create a tail or you're going to create a backlog.
Okay, all right. No, thank you very much, Amy.
Okay, further question? Well, Representative Lekis had her hand up for several times here.
Thank you, Chairman. Back to a couple conversations ago, when you were talking about, let's say we did those schools and there was $1 million left. And I'm wondering what happens to the $1 million if the schools coming after that are all like, no, we really need the 30 million. Can we apply that $1 million then to the tail? Do we just lose that $1 million? We don't appropriate it? What happens?
Yeah, it's decided during the next biennium budget. So what you can't do is you can't take that and apply it to the tail because school districts don't have the ability to pay those bonds off early because it's a school bond. But that money, so this last biennium, that extra money was about $700,000, and that rolled into the next budget cycle. So it added to the building aid appropriation is what they decided to do that biennium. What we can't do, because some people would say, well, why wouldn't you just have given it to the school so they could have started it? But what we don't know is if we'll get any more, and obviously the school district needs a guarantee that the full 30 is coming.
Right. Thank you.
Yep, good question. And I have to just bring up a point, and I don't mean to pick on Concord School District, but the list, just keep in mind that the list, the amount of aid that is being asked for on that list is simply the building aid percentage times what their project cost is. The Department of Education has yet to apply maximum square footage per pupil, maximum construction cost per square foot. So I guess I wish that I had those numbers for you at this time, but we review applications from the top and work through, and I'm through like 3 applications now. So that detailed review will eventually come for them. They're aware of what that number might be, as well as other applicants on there. But just keep in mind, if a school were to build a larger auditorium that the state wouldn't pay for, that's not going to show up on the list until we fully review the project and say, oh, this piece is not eligible for building aid. I guess I'd just like to point that out because it is a big ask.
I think we understand that.
Okay.
Representative Miley.
Thank you. Just one clarification. With the 80-20 split now, does that mean in the new money that's going out, there will not be a new tail?
Correct. That means once this tail is gone.
And that's going to be when?
2041?
2041.
Okay.
However, keep in mind 2041, 10 years before 2041, when's that ever going to happen? They'll replay that in 10 years, I'm sure, or how many ever years. But keep in mind that's because just a few schools had 30-year bonds. A bulk of the tail really gets paid off by 2029, 2030, and then it gets really small. It looks, according to my numbers, it's probably below it looks like it's below 5 million in 2030. So,
but no new tail.
No.
Thank you.
So that's a new slogan there. No new tail.
Are there further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, everything. A little while ago, a couple hours ago, but a little while ago, you were talking about the 80-20 and the default, and the payback on the default. How often does that happen in the last 10 years? The school system has actually defaulted on their loan and gone out of business?
Well, I don't know I don't want to call it a default on their loan. They just closed the school. I don't know.
Okay, so how often does that happen?
Berlin just closed, Brown Elementary School. I can't remember if they had building aid. Hallsville School in Manchester just closed. They were receiving building aid. Those are the 2 that I remember most recently. So it happens, but it's not frequent. And one of those schools, I can't remember which one, was at like 18 years since they've received building aid.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
And if you default in that 20-year time since you got that money, guess who pays it back? The district, to the state.
So, Rick?
Yes.
Just a quick comment, I think, addressed to Representative Myler's no new tail. type of thing. Bonds aren't necessarily bad, and tail isn't necessarily bad in this type of case, because these assets are durable and last, as you said, over a period of 40 years. So in this case, all the assets are actually going to have a lifespan of 20 years in excess of the last payment if there were a 20-year sort of amortization of this. I'm not a financial analyst, so I'm,
And neither am I.
Not gonna.
Whatever you decide is fine with me.
No, but I think.
I'm good.
But I just want to sort of put it out there that I think it is worthy of a debate. Taking a look at the number of projects and the impact on taxpayers, and the fact that we're basically funding the creation of an asset that has a lifespan that's, or usable design life, double the payment term. And as I think you've made really clear, Amy, there's a lot of need that has built up and will continue to build up. And it might be valuable to see like how this would model out over the next 40 years, let's say, if we were doing an 80-20 versus a 20-year type of thing. How many projects would we be able to go after? What would the cost to the state be? What would the cost to local taxpayers be? Because I think local taxpayers do receive a benefit when they receive a building grant from the state, whether that's 80-20 or 4% a year over, or 5% a year over 20 years. And especially if it means that in some instances a lot of projects are not going to receive a state grant. So I'm just requesting that.
Just remember what our debt was back in 2009, $540 million.
But that was a different tale. That was when the state took out its own bond.
We were borrowing from, yes.
So there's really two tails.
We do have
a
two
tale
tails.
of two tales
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
And so I'm just sort of saying that it's not that.
I think
That's fair. We are on the Department of Education will process, this bill focuses on the timeline for us just to process it, whether it's 80-20 or tail mechanism. Really, it doesn't really impact the Department of Education in the sense of we will review these applications as.
Sure, but from a policy perspective, that,
For you all.
in this room, it's two very different policies, and they affect taxpayers
we
different
have
ways.
one more card in this too, so. I want to thank you, Amy, very much for working with us on this. Your help is always appreciated. And I'm sure you'll be part of our discussion here when we have further discussions on like somewhat 30% for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another discussion. So I'd like to invite Eric Power up. That goes over to her.
Good afternoon, Education Committee. I'm going to be brief. I support this bill. Again, for the record, I'm Eric Power. I'm from Brookline. I was a civil engineer in the military, so construction is near and dear to me. So in the 17 applications that were put in, 4 of them came from our schools, 2 from the Hollis Brookline Co-op and 2 from Brookline for all our schools that need the help. And they were ranked 14, 15, 16, and 17. So we were the bottom 4. So the reason I bring that up is I think that, having this opportunity every year instead of every 2 years is a good thing. So I also think you need to look at I think it was mentioned by the previous speaker on page 3 about the contingency warrant articles. I think you need to allow a school district to be able to do that, to be able to approve a warrant article contingent on state aid being available. So you probably caught that one already. The other thing I wanted to mention on this is, from a taxpayer perspective, this is different than a bond that you get the state aid over 20 years. So there needs to be transparency to taxpayers when they're voting for a bond saying, yeah, this is only going to cost you a nickel per thousand, using the 80% and then the 20% that you're getting, kind of like, you're only going to pay a little bit the first couple of years, but when the full amount kicks in after the whole 80-20 is kicked in, however long that takes, 1, 2, 3 years, here's what you're going to pay. And so I think we need to have caution or, some explanation from the Department of Education or DRA to make it clear this is different than the past. So this is new, that when there's a bond proposed and they say, well, if there's a tax impact notation and it just says, yeah, it's only a nickel per thousand, but it turns into being 40 cents per thousand when it fully kicks in, people need to be aware of that. So I just wanted to bring that point up. I don't know if it needs to go in the legislation or it's somewhere else. And lastly, I think the improvement is good for this because having it every 2 years is a long time in construction and with school needs. So having this bill go to every year, I think, is a really good thing. And I like the improvements that I've seen in the criteria in this bill, in this bipartisan bill. So I would recommend ought to pass with amendment on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Other questions, Mr. Power? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Are there any other pink cards out on 452? With that, we're going to close this hearing. And yeah. Okay, the next bill up is HB 354. This is relative to charter public school eligibility for the state school building aid program. And with that, Representative Mooney, you are the prime sponsor. Welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, this is my pink card.
Okay.
And then this gentleman here testifying on this bill has to leave at 3:30. So
Okay.
it would actually be good to make it before that.
Yeah, okay. 354. How many do we have on 354? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Maureen Mooney. I'm from the town of Merrimack, that's Hillsborough County, District Number 12. I'm here as the prime sponsor and speaking in support of House Bill 354, an act relative to chartered public school eligibility for school building aid. I'm going to do this in 3 points. 3 points to summarize this bill. First and foremost, this bill simply allows public chartered schools the ability to apply for school building aid like all the traditional public schools in New Hampshire can. Just recently, as I was sitting on my own committee, House Finance, we had the Department of Education in front of us, and I asked them, direct, are public charter schools the only public schools excluded from applying for school building aid? The answer was yes. Point 2. House Bill 354 is applicable to only those public chartered schools that own their own buildings. There aren't many, but it is for them. On page 1 of the bill, lines 14 through 17, there is a very important section there. It's Roman 2-A. And that section was drafted and crafted based on discussions in this committee when I proposed a similar bill last term. It makes it clear that the public chartered school applying for the aid shall own its own building and shall be subject to a plan for disposition according to current law. The grant payment is also spread out over a typical loan term and set in law at 30% of the cost of construction for chartered schools. So they are capped. But that leads to point 3. And very important. Well, they're all important, but this is important too. House Bill 354 corrects a glaring contradiction right now in current law. Currently, there is a provision of law that prohibits public chartered schools from receiving aid. And yet, the section I just referenced, there's a section on aid actually referring to, quote, the amount of the grant to any public chartered school shall be at 30% of the eligible cost of construction. Well, which is it? You've got a contrast of one provision of law says they do not receive, charter schools do not receive school building aid and cannot apply for it. And then you have another section that says they get 30% of their construction project. Side story. We had a bill just recently we heard in House Finance, and the Department of Education was proposing it. It was to hire somebody to recodify the education statutes because they are unclear and somewhat contradictory. You'll never guess which example they gave for this recodification position. It was this. The fact that in one section, again, it says no building aid for public charter schools. And then in another section of law, it says they can, but, up to 30%. In conclusion, school building aid is defined on the New Hampshire Department of Education's website as, quote, program authorized by RSA 198:15-A, through which the state of New Hampshire provides financial assistance to local school districts for the construction or substantial renovation of educational facilities for grades K through 12. The passage of House Bill 354 will fully complete this definition and clear up discrepancies in current law by adding chartered public schools that are and continue to be significant contributors as K through 12 New Hampshire public schools. With that, I conclude my testimony. Thank you, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you for being here and thank you for taking my question. How many charter schools own their own facility?
The unofficial answer, from what I know, is about 2 or 3.
Thank you very much.
I think it's 2. Further questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you for taking my question. We earlier heard a bill asking for more money for charter schools per student, and charter schools are having a difficult time raising money, paying costs. And I'm just wondering how they would raise the money to pay their portion of the building construction, if they're having a hard time. Because I think when charters were first okayed, it was that they agreed to raise a certain, I don't even know what the percent was or if it was ever put into law, what percent. But when we asked them, I think most of them said that it was a very small percent that they were now raising on their own.
Good question. I would imagine that they would raise as they have been now. We do have individuals here associated with several charter schools who might be able to give a more expansive answer, but I would say continuing what they're doing now in terms of fundraising.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just a point of information in terms of owning, building charter school. Approved charter school in our area is in the process, or they've submitted a bid, and I understand it's the only bid to purchase an old courthouse that is owned by the county. And they plan to renovate it by taking out a mortgage.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Mooney, for bringing this forward. To at least to your understanding, how many charter schools? And I don't mean this in a disparaging way at all. It's just a question. How many charter schools have dissolved, and what would happen to real property in those cases? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So dissolved over time, I don't know. I mean, I know one recently within the last year or so, very close to Concord here, if not in Concord, did. But over the course of charter history, I do not know. Someone else may, though. That's number one. And with regard to dissolving, that has to be in their charter as I understand it. So there's a plan for dissolution in the charter application when a charter files with the Department of Ed and the Board of Education.
Follow-up, is that currently spelled, the dissolution plan, are those parameters currently spelled out in statute? I believe there is a bill this year that is directed to this, but was wondering if it's currently spelled out.
Thank you. I don't know the answer to if it's in law. However, I do believe that the Department of Ed does give parameters and guidance in terms of developing a charter, and it would the idea would be laid out there. If I could too, Mr. Chairman, the contradiction in law, I would like to just spell out the two RSAs if I could, for everyone to be able to get a full understanding of that. So where it says charter schools do not get school building aid is RSA 198:15-B, Roman 1, or I, lowercase a, number 2, uppercase C. As for where it says they get 30% of their projects is the following, RSA 198:15-B, number 2, number 1, uppercase C. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cascadden?
Thank you for pointing those two RSAs out. And this is a question that I don't know, so it's not intentional that it's facetious, but if charter schools receive building aid, would they be responsible also to do all of the data reporting that public schools do? I don't know if they already do them. I'm talking about asbestos management, air quality, emergency management plans, DOE 25, MS 25, school safety, all of those requirements. I mean, I interpret them as accountability and, being able to account for everything that we have. Do you know if charter schools, public charter schools, have to complete all those data reports as well?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is, as public schools, yes, they do.
Okay. Thank you.
And those reports, like any others, would be online.
Okay, thank you.
Have you looked at the school building? I'm sure you have, the law which we went through on 452, 198:15, et cetera. And where it identifies that funds received from charitable trusts, bequests, gifts, insurance policies, federal grants, or grants from other state programs are subtracted from the total project costs for public schools. In your case, the public school has taxing authority through their district. You don't have that as a charter school. So you're going to need to be able to use those gifts, charitable gifts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in your cost of your project. Is that correct? Or are you following my line of thinking here?
I am, and to get to the crux of that, I have not explored that. That was your question. I've not looked into that.
It's something we may want to explore and look at so that it's something I think we need to look at. Yep.
Point well taken, but I myself, in preparation of this bill, did not take that angle. Thank you.
It's just reading the fine print all through both of these. Like, I think it was Representative Hill that's putting forth the codification, and we're seeing that in numerous areas in the statutes, numerous, where one says one, the other says the other. Further questions, Representative Mooney? Not seeing. Thank you very much. The next is Bob Best. Bob, do you have to get out here? Okay, good. I know we're closing in on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Bob Best. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. Let's see, I am on the board of the Founders Academy as the chair. I'm on the board of Spark Academy as the treasurer. I'm also an attorney at Soloway and Hollis. I support this bill, and I hope that you do too. It's very, very important for charter schools to be able to access this kind of aid. Up until now, there's about 33 existing charter schools in New Hampshire. I was just counting them on their website. I hope I didn't miscount and miss anybody. I think that there are very, very few that own their own buildings, but that's sort of the outfall of the regulatory environment that's always existed. When the charter school law was first adopted, charter schools couldn't borrow money for their first 5 years of existence. And so they couldn't buy a building because they couldn't get a mortgage. And so they would create a foundation and get private donations or find some leasable space on the market and try and work their way through that. And that law had been amended, so now they can go to the bank and borrow money and try to acquire their own buildings. But it's obviously very, very difficult for them to do so. So by and large, they are created with the private donations and sometimes leased with very friendly terms from people with an interest in school choice. When we were here last week talking about per pupil aid for charter schools, I talked about how the current rate is something like $40 per student per day. And if that bill would have passed, it would be $50 per student per day. And I think if you did some quick back of the napkin math and see what does it take to run a school, you'd see there's very little left when you pay teachers and books and lights and computers and all of that for the building itself. And that's why they relied so heavily on private donations. And, you know, what a blessing it is for us to have the kind of people that are there to support those kinds of schools and make those kinds of donations. But at the end of the day, charter school students are public school students, just like any other public school students. And we should, as a state, embrace and take care of our public schools. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the ownership of the buildings and what happens to them if the schools fail. Charter schools are the only public schools that are sort of really subject to that existential threat of failing, being it's because of the per pupil aid at $40 or $50 per student. If you have anything that comes along the line in the course of a year that's unexpected or untoward, it could really tip over a charter school and do it pretty easily, whereas the regular public school has other means to manage that situation. And so charter public schools can fail. They haven't terribly frequently, but it has happened. But having building aid would take one of the biggest threats away, and that's the cost of the building that they have to incur today. And so it may help in that regard. And this bill does deal with the notion of what happens to the property if they do fail. Separate from that, separate from the entire Department of Education and all the education laws, the charter schools are all formed as nonprofit corporations in New Hampshire, and every nonprofit corporation in its charter, in its articles of organization, spell out what happens to their assets. That has nothing to do with being a school or anything else. It's just being a charity in New Hampshire. You spell out what you do with your assets. And typically the response is that they're contributed to as an organization with as similar or as like a mission as possible. Now, this would be adapted a little bit based on guidance from the Department of Education under this bill. So I tried to quickly cover a few of the questions that I've heard come up, but really I just want to express the strong support for the bill. It's very, very important for the continued existence of charter schools and for school choice that they have access to this building aid, because the building is, aside from the staff and teachers, the most expensive element of trying to deliver a charter school. For some, Founders Academy's building is well over $5 million. And that's not a particularly large school. So these are big expenses that have come from kind-hearted people, but these are public school students in public schools. So that's all that I have, and I got a minute or two if you had a question, but maybe you don't.
We got 3 or 4 minutes here, folks. Any questions for Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So one of the questions that we dealt with earlier was the issue of viability of a charter school to raise money to purchase a building. So could you tell us, tell the committee, please, what is the percent of your current budget in the Founders Academy and Sparks that you do raise through fundraising?
So for both schools, it's very small. It's a few percentage points. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but if it was 5%, I'd be surprised. It's probably 1 or 2 or something like that. Now, when they raise money for the building, that occurs in the planning phase. And sometimes before the charter application is even submitted, somebody has an idea of how they're going to solve the problem of getting a building. And you do that through who you recruit to be involved in the effort and what you think might be available in the universe. But that's a one-time effort in the journey of a charter school. And like Founders Academy is now 9 years old or something, 8 years old or something. So I wasn't part of the original formation of the Founders Academy. What went into that?
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me be the first one up and get out of here.
You're welcome. Kim LaValle. Good
I
afternoon.
think it's good afternoon. Thank you for being here and listening, giving me a chance to speak. My name is Kimberly LaValle. I'm from Mount Vernon, and I currently sit on 3 charter school boards and 2 foundations that were created over the last, I'm going to say 12 years at different periods to support charter schools through a lot of volunteer efforts. If I can, I am in support of this bill, but I would like to try to answer a few of the questions kind of going around the room if I remember them in order regarding reports. We don't file every single report that traditional public schools do, but we file most of them. So all the ones that you listed, I believe we file. I went through, I was trying to remember back in the day. So those are done, yes. There's been questions about how will charter schools be sustainable and able to raise money, their share of it towards these repairs if they qualify for building aid. We currently have to find that money because we have to make these repairs. I spent a summer looking for loans to put a $607,000 roof on. We're not looking for millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions. Charter schools are typically smaller facilities, and I've been involved in the renovation of one, which was a $5.5 million project. We were very fortunate to have a benefactor on that way back when. But maintaining that building, we have to fundraise. We have to find the funds. We furnished it expanded it with another, I think it was 8,000 square feet. We had to raise the money for that. We had to find it. Took out a small loan for it as well. The roof, another $607,000. 2 loans plus donations. So we have to find it anyway, regardless. The questions are asked, but the repairs need to be done. If water's pouring in your ceiling, you have to find the money to fix the problem. They've been doing it and they'll continue doing it. Building aid would make a huge difference. Let me just check here. There was conversation about the dissolution statements. I looked one up. Just an example, and this is an old one, but I'll just give you some general language. I know the Department of Ed has definitely beefed up their requests on these, but this one has language that starts with, should the school cease operation or have its charter revoked by its authorizer, the board shall consult with an attorney and the Department of Education to assure that contractual and financial obligations are met. So these are schools that are approved by the state. We have to figure out what we owe and pay it back. So the statements today, dissolution statements today that are in the charters are much more comprehensive and focused on how those funds or how those assets will be dissolved and where those funds will go. I think that's something that this board could have a conversation about, or this committee. Let me look. And that's what I've had. That's what I had for notes to try and answer anything that was outstanding. Are there any questions?
Questions from the committee? I've got one for you.
Sure.
So we've heard that there's 2, possibly 3 charter schools which are are owned, not through rental or some, but they're owned. Are those buildings, when they're looked at by the Department of Education, do they meet all the standards that we would have within our building aid program right now? Do they, IDEA stuff? Do they have, the square footage is necessary for the classrooms? There's so many different standards, engineering required standards, fire codes, building codes, all that.
I can answer to fire and building codes because I've been through those inspections and in the planning process with several schools that were renovated. I don't believe, and Amy may be better able to answer this, I don't believe we are subject to the square footage requirement. So we're not required to adhere to the square footage per pupil, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next card is Eric Power.
Hello, Eric Power, president of SDGA. I live in Brookline, and our organization supports this bill. In the recent ranking, we came in the bottom 4 places I mentioned in a previous bill, but I think, this makes sense to allow public charter schools to be eligible for the aid. Sorry, I had the wrong paperwork. The fact that they're not eligible for building aid is probably the reason why there's only 2 to 3 charter schools that actually have their own buildings. So the building aid may be an enabler for them. I think you need to look at this bill and along with House Bill 452, the previous bill, to take a look at. One is proposing sort of the 20-year approach, and the other one's doing the 80-20. 80% at start, 20%. So I think you want to align those if you're feeling to support both of these bills with amendment. And also, I think it was mentioned about the charitable trust gifts being deducted from state aid. I think that would not work at all for a charter school. And I think you caught that one. So I think that's on the list for an amendment. But I think just what I wanted to say is it's really a matter of fairness that public charter schools be eligible for public aid. They serve the students that go there. They are public schools and they should be supported. So I recommend ought to pass on House Bill 354. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the committee that's looking for technical support from the department? We have from Amy Clark a card here if we need it on this bill. Good enough? So with that, we don't have any other cards on this, so we'll close the hearing for 354 and delve into the next one. Does anybody have to take a 5-minute break? Oh, yeah. I hear, oh, yeah. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break. Get some water. Out of water. I saw you falling asleep back there, Barrett. See you stay.
That cost, she missed the meeting this morning, so to drop those testimony off.
So. Okay, here we go, 294. That's cool. Tell me how to go. Alicia, there's some extra 294s on the table over there.
394.
390, excuse me, 394. One or two would be great. Thank you. Art may want one. I need one. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead with the bill in front of us. It's 394 relative to the organizational cooperative school boards. I welcome Representative Sellers.
Again, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I just want to point out, I guess I am the actual sponsor of this bill, and as you can see, there's I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11 so co-sponsors and a couple of senators on here that actually is liking this how it is. This is adding, this is trying to basically play nice, all right, in a cooperative district. And again, it's adding language in here, basically saying, if you have a co-op, they just want to make sure they're being equal and basically access. So you have a co-op, you might have one town with 3 reps and another town with 4 reps. And so what happens, that one town with 4 reps technically wins. And what happens, they have all their meetings in the same town, all right? And since they win, they always have the same chair. All right, every year after year. And the person behind me, Eric, will be able to explain what's gone on in the last, I think, 9, 10, 11 years in his case. But so what happens is they never get a chance to go from one town to the next. And so all the people that are in one town always have to travel to the other town to actually go to the meetings. And also what happens is the other town that's in the co-op never gets a chance to have the chair, because it's always one town in one case has 4 reps and one has 3, and the one with 4 always wins. So even if they get, if they're on the 7 members, they always lose the chair. They never get a chance to have a chair. And at that point, they never get a chance to actually rotate the meetings. So that's what all this is all about.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? You're off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you.
Like to invite Eric Power.
Eric Power from Brookline, president of SDGA New Hampshire. This bill is trying to make a cooperative school district a little more cooperative. I know that sounds ironic and funny, but it's human nature that you're going to, if you have a 2-town co-op, for example, I'll use Hollis Brookline, that currently it used to have 5 members from Hollis, 2 from Brookline. It got switched over a number of years ago to 4 and 3, 4 from Hollis, 3 from Brookline. And I served on that board, and each year I attempted to be the chair, and this is back 2014, 2015, 2016 timeframe. And it was always somebody from Hollis that was picked, because the Hollis people all voted for the Hollis individual and the Brookline people voted for me. And it wasn't the same person. It was a different person each time. And if I go back for, since that time, since 2013, all those years, I think it's 11 or 12 years, we've actually had the chairmanship from a Brookline rep one year. The rest of the years it's been Hollis, and it continues to be Hollis, for example. So the chair actually sets the agenda, controls, a lot of the meeting. I mean, there are other members there, but it sets the tone. So it makes sense in a two-town co-op and even in a multi-town co-op to be able to rotate that chair among the towns. The other thing that's nice is you're also going to consider the public. And if you have a co-op and you're rotating the location between your 2 towns, 3 towns, however many you have, it gives an opportunity for a shorter commute for those board members from those towns, but it also enables the public to participate a little bit easier. Obviously, they have students going from all those towns, so it makes sense for the school board to rotate among the member towns. So that's really the idea here, is to share the leadership among the towns in different years to give the towns the opportunity to participate. And, there's a provision in here that if somebody in a town doesn't want to do it, they can do consecutive years from the same town if there's no willing board members to serve as the chair. Same thing with the meeting. If it's not practical it's not a municipal or school facility, it's not required. And if all board members want to vote to not rotate the meeting, that would be unanimous vote by the board, then they wouldn't have to do that for that year. So it provides some level of cooperation in school districts, but it provides some exceptions as well. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni?
Again, coming from a 4-town district, I'm just wondering, we've always rotated, have you asked? I mean, why, is there a problem with just requesting to move your location?
They don't want to do that. They're insistent on just having it in the one town. They say that's their convenience, and there's 4 from Hollis and 3 from Brookline, and when that vote comes up, it's on town lines. So that's the way it goes. But if this was here, then that would happen. It's a good practice. It would be a good thing, and maybe some districts do it. But I think we're trying to make it so that it happens in co-ops. Co-ops are very difficult to get out of, so you're kind of stuck in them. And I know you guys have talked about co-ops, and I've talked to co-ops with you as well. So this is, we're getting out of a co-op is not easy, but this adds some level of cooperation, I think.
Further questions, Representative Cascadden, did you have your hand up too?
Yes, please. It was very similar to that, but have there been any attempts, like say whatever town has the least amount of people, have they gone out to the public to try to get the public to kind of get this cooperative board to look at their policy on this kind of stuff? I mean, it's pretty similar to what she just asked, I guess.
You could take it to that level, but even a petition warrant article at an annual meeting would be advisory. It's no enabling legislation for that, and our school board has had a history of ignoring petition warrant articles that have passed. They just said, well, okay, we're doing what we want. So yeah, that's possible, but is the lemon worth the squeeze, I guess, for that sort of thing. There's other bigger things we deal with, but just to say that, think about a co-op and think about if you're the smaller town and you never have leadership. That's where you want to put your feet in those shoes and think about it that way.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When it references the rotation of meetings, are we talking meeting to meeting or year to year or month or?
So, yes, I can answer that question. So it says regular announced meetings. So that would be, typically most school boards meet monthly. Some will meet a little more frequently. It's left ambiguous, but it's saying it should rotate to some degree. So if you're always having it in the same town, wouldn't be following this law if it was passed.
So you agree there is ambiguity?
There is, but it's trying to be flexible for that perspective, but you can't just have all your meetings in one town.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. How many cooperative school districts are there in New Hampshire? Ballpark is fine.
I think there's
33.
3 dozen.
32? Okay, I knew it was in the third, low 30s. Yeah,
Out of
32.
how many districts?
Lot.
A lot, right? I mean,
There's a lot of 2-town co-ops. There's a number of 3-town co-ops.
90? I don't know.
that was my next question, was the
Yeah,
number
yeah,
of towns in them. So I'm thinking, for example, of Kearsarge. 5 towns, right? 7, sorry. 5 in my regional school district growing up. That's a lot of rotating to communities that in some cases are considerably less access than the central location. Just an observation.
Yep, that's why the law says if there's a school or municipal facility available, it should be rotated. Those little towns deserve to have their board members meet there periodically. If there's that many, it might be once or twice a year.
Good question for you. Would it be easier for John Q. Public, though, to know exactly where the meeting was going to be held every 2 weeks or every month that it's done, rather than having to try and figure, am I in town A tonight or in town B or what?
Mr. Chair, I don't think that would be a challenge because usually looking at an agenda to determine if you're going, and the agenda would state that. There's another bill coming up talking about the budget committee, but we had a budget committee chair that rotated because she was in charge, and that wasn't a problem when they had that. They just made it clear which town it was, which location they would be in. I didn't see that as a problem.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Whitcock?
Thank you. Ms. Farrell, thank you for taking my question. About how many general public attend your meetings?
It depends on the subjects that.
On a regular night?
I'd say a dozen or 2 dozen.
Thank you.
Depending on what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barrett?
Thank you again, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. Good afternoon. I will be as brief as possible. I want to thank Representative, we are opposed to the bill, but I do want to thank Representative Stowers, especially for his comment. This is the play nice bill. And I will agree with Mr. Power that indeed these are best practices in rotating the meetings, throughout the community, or the various communities in the various towns within the cooperative school district. One of the concerns that we have, page 1, line 9, it says when school or municipal facilities are available, municipal facilities may be available. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're conducive to having a meeting. I happened to meet Representative Damon before she was elected here at the Goshen School Board meeting. The Goshen School Board meets in the town hall. That building is probably 150 years old, if not older. There's really no Wi-Fi, there's no AV, there's no technology. We're sitting on folding chairs and folding tables. So it's a great old building though, but I love going out to Goshen. No, I do. One of my former board of directors, John Scranton, has been on that school board forever. Kind of like my grandfather. Like he's just a great guy. Representative Damon knows John Scranton. He did everything he could to keep that Goshen-Leominster School District together with his own 2 hands. Just a wonderful person. So I meant no jest by that by any means. Anyway, aside from that, so the location, rotating them, that's a play nice thing. But we also know, and Representative Damon, you mentioned Kearsarge. They have that whole, I don't know where they meet, but they have a whole professional development center there with like technology and things of that nature. I know Representative Cordelli at Governor Wentworth High School, they've got like a conference room, and they believe they have a media center where they're able to, I think, maybe broadcast live or stream or YouTube some of their video or some of their meetings. So there may be some of those reasons why you're holding the meeting in a specific location. They've got the technology. It's usually at a school. And yes, other schools may have the technology as well too. It's a best practice. I don't think it should necessarily be put in law. And relative to the school board chairperson, I do appreciate the language that says unless the person next in line is not willing to become the chairperson, because when I was first conceptualizing this, you know, we have some, for example, Conval, 13 school board members, I believe, I don't know, 12 or 13 towns, but you know, 13 school board members, if you've never run a meeting before, that could be a challenging task. If you got elected on March 15th and on April 1st, you're having to chair a meeting of 13 people, might be a little bit of a challenge. With that said, though, we think that the school board should be allowed to elect who they want to elect as their chair and officers. Sometimes it's to help run the meeting. You know, if you have 3 or 4 new school board members, it might make sense to have the person with the most experience running that meeting until you have a vice chair for a couple of years to get up and get used to it. You know, and we don't rotate chairs in this committee every session, but there's a reason we do that. There's historical knowledge, there's historical background, knowing the rules of the legislature and this body. You want somebody with experience necessarily to be in that seat to teach. You're going to be the newbies until next year, folks. I hope that's okay. Just teach you the protocols and how to get around and the customs and traditions that go on in this building. And local communities and local school boards and local school districts also have customs, traditions, past practice, so on and so forth. So for those reasons, again, we wholeheartedly agree these would be best practices. And if everybody can get along and find a way to sort of do their rotation or whatnot, you know, more power to them, but it's not something that we think should be mandated in law. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Christina? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Coming from a town that was a small player in a large SAU, a weighted vote helped us to equalize our position on the school board, the joint school board. And I wondered if you would think that that might be a solution that we could put in that would allow the vote to be taken and elect someone, but with a weighted vote.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. We're conflating 2 different issues here. We're conflating the weighted voting under the school administrative unit statute, the SAUs that we talked about the last bill I was up here. That's the weighted vote is an RSA 194C. I forget what it is, 7, 8, maybe. I forget where the weighted voting statute is. This is dealing with cooperative school districts, which are multiple towns forming a single political entity. Can I ask what town you're from, Representative?
Yes, Plainfield.
Plainfield. So you are in SAU 32. You're a single district.
Yes, this is our past history.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Who were you? Can I just ask who you were hooked up? Who were you involved? Like who you were in the SAU with?
It's Grantham.
Okay, you were
Lebanon.
with Grantham at the time in Lebanon. Okay, and then I know Grantham split. They're SAU 75 now, and Lebanon is now SAU 78. So that would have been your SAU. That would have been the 3 communities coming together for the administrative services that we talked about before, your superintendent, business manager, special ed director. This deals with cooperative school districts like the Kearsarge Cooperative School District, where 5 towns through articles of agreement, a contract essentially agree to form one single political entity, the co-op school district. So there's apples and oranges here, Representative, respectfully. If you need more information, by all means, like email me, call me. I'm happy to sort of go through the nuances and the differences between both of those.
Thank you.
And if I could 1 second, Representative Damon, I believe I counted real quick. There are 32 co-ops. I believe I counted 110 towns. I could be wrong on that though. I was trying to count them too. I've got a sheet here, my own document. I think I was about 110, but give or take 5, 10 on either end of that.
Further questions? Do you know if there's any articles of agreement? And we know that several of our co-ops don't have articles of agreement. They were created many moons ago.
Yeah.
However, is this something that might be in some of the articles of agreement?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. It could be. I don't know. I'm not familiar with any articles of agreement myself where I've seen this provision. I would also probably recommend that it not be put in articles. If somebody were to ask me, should we amend our articles of agreement to do this? I'd say it should probably be a board policy or a board internal practice, because articles of agreement are tough to change. You have to go out to the voters. You have to vote on them. This way a board could just say, you know what, we're going to start doing this because we think it's the right thing, or because we've had constituents ask us to do it. I think it'd be easier. It'd be more malleable for the board to do what it wanted to do through board practice or board internal policy.
Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to phrase this as carefully as I can, but are you aware of any circumstances in which prior competition existed between the two units before they were merged, the two communities, that might have affected this particular business? I have to follow this with a footnote. I sat on the Hollis board for a year.
Oh, okay.
Before we moved out of state. This did not surprise me at all.
All right. So thank you for the question, Representative. Disagreements. So many of the co-ops have been were created decades ago, long before my time. Many of them we know were first created.
When I was there.
Right, and so Hollis, Brookline, I think early '90s, if I'm not mistaken, '91.
Most of them.
So I know there were a few. I think the Exeter Co-op was created in '96, if I'm not mistaken. That's Exeter and the 4 or 5 surrounding towns, Newfields, and some of the other ones. Those communities came together and said that this is a good idea, whether or not that was for educational purposes, whether or not that was for fiscal prudency, or some combination thereof.
I don't know, but I am aware that there was a distinct feeling in Hollis that they were better.
I can't speak to that. Should we ask Mr. Power his opinion on that? So, I think, any other questions? I think I'm good.
Within county administration, I've been on the county executive board of Grafton County, our delegation, and chaired that. And we got in some labor issues. And the chair and vice chair were called in to address with folks those issues in case it went a little bit further. In regard to this now, we're talking now a school level, does the chair of the cooperative board have different responsibilities than other members of the board?
So thank you for the question, Chairman Ladd. NHSBA advises that the chair of a school board is the first among equals. The only way, per statute, no, there's no distinguishment of a board chair versus a quote-unquote regular school board meeting in terms of statute. The school board, by its own vote, either policy or single time instance vote, motion, etc., can grant a board chair additional authority. For example, we have a sample policy that says roles and responsibilities or duties of the board chair, and that's usually consult the superintendent on setting the agenda, perhaps authorization to sign contracts on behalf of the school board. I'm trying to think, perhaps be a spokesperson with the press for the school board. But as a matter of law, there's no distinguishment between a chair and any other elected school board member. The authority and power of a board chair has to be given to that chair by the board itself through policy or directive.
Thank you. Representative Damon?
One more. Is there any precedent for any cooperatives having co-chairs?
It's a good question. Thank you. I'm not aware of any. There's usually a chair and a vice chair. If the chair, is absent, or for whatever reason the vice chair fulfills those duties, that's again also a matter of either local practice or board policy. But co-chairs, I don't recall ever seeing that. If it's happened, I'm not aware.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We have no further cards on this one. That's closed. And we have one left, right? So we're going to go right into 632. This is relative to Cooperative School District Budget Committee. 632. I don't have it in front of me right now, but Representative Sellers, I'm assuming you're the prime sponsor. Thank you.
This is what happens when you say yes.
Yes, there you go. You got it.
I got to learn a little bit more. This is my first time through. So anyways, Representative Sellers, Grafton 18. Again, this is 632, HB 632. It is almost identical, if not identical, to the last one we did about the school board. This is about the budget committee. All right. So again, playing nice, is as I want to use that term, is what it's all about, and also kind of rotating where the meetings are, and also rotating the chair at that point. I was just trying to think as far as, you know, when you have a larger several town within the co-op here or the district, they normally don't change every single person out the same year. It's always, you know, one or two people that are on the boards or committees will be changed out or voted in or voted out during that time. So, you know, I look at this as you're going to lose all your knowledge and stuff, and maybe they won't have the right person to take over the chairperson. And again, I don't think that would be the case, but also there's language in here to say they don't have to, you know, so they can decline that and they can still move forward. So I don't want to really add too much more. It's really the same stuff over. It has to do with the budget committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the representative? Thank you. And Eric, are you testifying this one too? I don't see the card here, but it already went over that way. Okay.
Eric Power from Brookline, president of SDGA New Hampshire. Speaking in favor of this bill. This bill is similar to the last one. This one's about cooperative budget committees. Not every co-op has a budget committee, many do. The idea is similar, to rotate the chair if there's a willing person in the other town or another town, so that it doesn't stay, the leadership of the budget committee doesn't stay in the same town perpetually. Just to speak to Hollis Brookline, we've had the same chair from Hollis in charge of it since, I think, 2012. So we're 11 or 12 years where it's been in Hollis' hands. The last time it was actually in Brookline's hands was my wife, Diane Power, Representative Power. She was the chair of the BudCom committee, I think, in 2012. Since then, it's been with Hollis. With the budget committee, though, you're setting the budget for the school district. So it's a fairly powerful committee. And committee, you know, even though we've joined together in a co-op, Brookline has its character, Hollis has its character. You know, if you look at how much we spend in our K through 6 districts, you see that Hollis spends about $5,000 to $6,000 more per student than Brookline does. And then we come to the co-op, their number comes down and our number comes up. Because the towns have different priorities, different ways they want to do it. So when you have a budget committee that's continually controlled by one town, that's probably not healthy. It should be rotated around. And just one other nuance to consider with a budget committee, if you're familiar with a budget committee assigns, in a normal town, the budget committee that exists in a town would assign a school board member and a select board member to be ex officio members. So a 5-person budget committee would then be 7. Well, we don't have really a select board for a co-op because it's multiple towns, but you do have a school board member that gets assigned to be on the budget committee and votes. And so I don't even think there was a year where we have had that school board member be from Brookline, because that's appointed by the chair. Again, the chair picks who's on the budget committee, and it's been the person from the big town, Hollis, all the time. So that can happen. That happens in others. If you see who signed this, co-sponsored this bill, you can see it's a problem in other towns, that have co-ops. Wilton Lineborough, we have Representative Post who signed on this. She's in the smaller town of Lineborough. So this happens with the budget committee. This happens with the school board. And again, when my wife was the chair of the BudCom, she did rotate the meetings as a good practice. But that was completely discontinued when it got taken over, and now it's been in Hollis continuously. And so it can happen, but it has to be the goodwill of whoever the chair is, and the committee being willing to do it. So again, for the same reasons, let's make co-ops more cooperative by rotating the chair and rotating the meeting places, and that gets people to feel like a little bit more part of a co-op. If we're able to do that, a small step. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, this bill and the last bill, let's do them together. Right. I'm sorry, thank you. Thanks, sir. On this bill and the last bill, has the full co-op school board had a chance to realize these are both here? Does Hollis and Brookline know that this stuff is here?
I didn't talk to them about it necessarily, but I've talked to the SDGA organization who's brought this forward.
Okay, but so you're telling me, to be correctly, that, I forget which one of you said was more powerful.
They are aware of it.
They are aware of it.
They are aware of it. They put it in their minutes that they're aware of it. So they've talked about it.
Okay, thank you.
They didn't say they liked it and they didn't say they didn't like
That's
it.
fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this will conclude the hearing on this one, 6:32. So with that, we are done for the day. Well, tomorrow is, no, it's not. Well, we have session.
No.
No, I just thinking on the 13th. Yeah. Yeah, I know. My weeks have been so messed up here. I thought this 13th and tomorrow's the 14th.